sign. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It is the final day of the grand finals right here for the National Championship, the Middle East Africa Wildcard Edition. Of course, my name is DK. I am joined by the one and only Grounds. Grounds, how are you doing today?
Man, I'm feeling excited. I am ecstatic. I just cannot even use words to describe how I'm feeling going into the final day of the finals.
I mean, we are expecting quite a bit of an upset to come through from the teams that have steadily been increasing their level of performance, increasing that consistency from what we saw come through in day one, moving into day two. So now coming into day three, this is where we expect, right, teams to just go to town, just step up with the aggression and showcase some absolutely insane and phenomenal talent. But I mean, this is hopefully what we could be getting.
Yeah, and not just the teams, we have that MVP, so we know that the players are also giving it their all in order to, get a piece of that, MVP recognition for this tournament.
Yes, and of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking as well. So be sure to hit us up on social media. You can do so in the live chats over on YouTube. You can also hit us up on Facebook as well as on Instagram. And then, of course, there's the lovely TikTok as well. So, tag us, hit us up, tell us what you think of the event. Tell us what you think about your favorite team and also who your favorite team is. And then, of course, we'd love to hear some predictions, right? Who do you think are going to be those teams securing themselves those very sought-after slots to make it into the PMPL season next year?
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we're keeping our eye out on for the most today, seeing how those teams are going to struggle and fight it out to get into those top positions. I mean, just 5 from Africa and 2 from Middle East, that is a whole lot. And we see the leaderboards changing with every single game. So we know, these players are in for it.
Yeah, well, speaking about opportunities, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Oppo as well, as they are making all of this possible. So if you guys haven't figured it out by now, with only 5 minutes of charging, you can get yourself 2 hours of gaming with the brand new Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. So, yeah, I mean, some absolutely phenomenal features coming through on these devices. I mean, we've heard of fast charging, right? But that takes it to a whole new level. And we've been speculating about how you could utilize that 5-minute charging all across the board. But as we know, they are also the official designated smartphone in the MEA for 2022. So big thank you going out to Oppo. But now, of course, speaking about the thank yous, speaking about all the opportunities and such, right, we also now get to take a bit of a look to see and remind our viewers of what the tournament format is, and we're going to be going through the whole array of graphics to display on screen. And you better pay attention, because we are going to be popping in one of those trivia questions as well, but that will be a little bit later on. So we are going to be starting off with the schedule, of course, as we know by now, right? The teams have started over in group stage. Up in the semi-finals is where the teams were joined by some of the teams coming through then from the PMCO itself. And then stepping into grand finals, this is where we had the addition of the defending PMPL teams coming in.
Yeah, and we've had these teams battle for 2 days straight now going into today. And now today being the last day, we know that all of these teams are bringing in all the experience, all the skills, and every single thing that they've got in order to make it into the PMPL next year. But let's go in to see the prize pool.
But of course, as we know, it is going to be $30,000. That pole position being worth $9,000, and then it starts to trickle down all the way from there down to that lovely $600 in 16th place. But of course, as you've pointed out already, Crowns, that MVP slot being worth $600 as well. And as we know, the only way that they are going to be able to ensure that they get themselves up in that up in the prize pool positions, right, or the payout slots is going to be through utilizing the point system.
Exactly, that point system that we've seen a couple of teams hack into yesterday. We see a couple of those teams show us that they know how to gather the placement points, and they also know how to gather the elimination points. And one thing I love about this point system is just how balanced it is, right? And we spoke about this on day one. You cannot just gather only placement points and hope to get somewhere. Nor can you only gather elimination points and not even get too many placements and expect that you'd rank high up on the leaderboards. And we see a couple of those teams that are not able to quite keep the balance, not doing too well, or not being on those high ranks on the leaderboards.
Well, the pressure is definitely going to be on, right? As we know, it's down to the final 4 matches for each of our respective teams to show us what they've got and to show just how far they will be able to push through all the action. Well, as we know, we are going to be jumping through our usual map rotation as well. But just to remind you of a bit of the harder work that these teams have gone through, let's take a look at a few highlights from the past 2 days.
Yeah, anyway, we had a lot of fun in the last couple of days. Seeing a lot of players actually go crazy out here on the battlefield is something I really enjoyed. And the balance that we see coming through from all the maps, from all of these teams, is just something that is exciting, because yesterday we saw so much action running through, teams surviving so long and then pulling up all the action, leaving all the action to the final phases of the game was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that great improvement come in across the board. Of course, yesterday we were hoping to see Honored Souls rise to the occasion. They did exactly that, just doubling down on their efforts and bringing in quite a phenomenal performance. But of course, we've seen the amazing performance that is Team GQ, right? They have been running away with those eliminations, bringing in such a formidable angle here. But they've also been caught up in a few challenging plays. I mean, in this particular match, right, over on Murmur, they locked in 17 eliminations to close it off. In fact, no, sorry, that was 19. So some pretty impressive plays.
Yeah, I tell you, very impressive from that team GQ, and I'm looking forward to see them continue with that tenacity that they brought in for the last 2 days on this final day. Yesterday we saw a couple of teams also rising to the occasion, and we start to talk about Brute Force, finally showing us what they've got, completing our sandwich last week, completing our sandwich yesterday. It's just wonderful to see that even the PMNC teams are showing up, in the tournament.
Oh, man, yeah, a lot of talk of sandwich there. I'm also getting a little bit hungry, not going to lie about it. But either which way, as we know, our teams are also quite hungry for a few of those points, right? It is going to be all out of warfare out on the battlefield as the teams are getting themselves ready for an amazing performance. At least, well, that's what we're hoping for, right? And I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be delivering rather on that front. But let's hop into today's schedule to see just where those groups are going to be performing, and of course, who are in those groups. And then a little bit later on, we'll see exactly what the map rotation will be. Of course, we are going to be starting over on match number 1. It will be Group A, B, C, and D. So Group E, they're not going to be in this one just yet, but they swap out with Group A moving into the next one. So there is going to be an interesting round of action coming through from our respective teams. But of course, who's going to be the ones to rise to the occasion?
Yeah, and with this tournament schedule that we have, right, it became so fun yesterday, and we saw just how important it could be having a team sit out to watch happening in the tournament, right? You see a couple of those teams that sit out, especially the teams that are out there in Group E. When they start out the first game, coming into the next game, they knew the momentum to bring into the game, and we started to see some of those teams pop off in the next game.
Yeah, and momentum is going to be absolutely essential if the teams want to succeed here today. But yeah, I mean, it is all down to how they will be able to cope with the pressures coming through, right? And as we know, things are not going to ease up at any point. The teams are going to be keeping the pressure up, keeping that tension up, ensuring that they are able to push it as far as they possibly can. But of course, now, we're getting even closer to seeing what that map rotation of the day will be, and it's going to be pretty much the same as what we've had in the previous 2 days. Of course, we are going to be starting over on Erangel, ending the day on Erangel, and then adding a little bit of the entrees in between, right? A little bit of that Murmur, a little bit of that Sarnak action as well. So really looking forward to seeing if we are going to be having new teams rising to the occasion. Yeah.
Yeah, and today being the final day, this is the final 5 matches that these teams have got to prove themselves to actually show that they are worthy enough to be playing in the PMPL 2023. So that being said, man, I'm looking forward to seeing all of these teams. And in case you're wondering, who are these teams? How are they seated on the leaderboards? We're about to see that as we'll be pulling up the leaderboards for the Africa region.
Well, there we go. Of course, it is going to be the players from Virtual Gaming Squad holding on to that pole position on the Africa region with 91 points to the name alongside that winner chicken dinner. The other team that, of course, has been able to secure themselves that chicken dinner is none other than Smash Team, but that happened all the way back on day 1. So the pressure is definitely on. I mean, they've been showing the potential here. But let's now take a quick look and see what the Middle Eastern team situation is, as we've been having quite a bit of a dominating angle come through on this front. I mean, Team GQ now only leading by 28 points and not the 60-odd points that we saw just yesterday.
Yeah, we started to see the teams in Middle East start to give other teams a run for the money, right? Even with stalwart UAE trying to catch up so much on the side of brute force in that final game. But man, the out here in the Middle East region.
Yes, sir, it is indeed. And now we're going to hop over onto our prize pool standings. As we can see, of course, all 19 our teams situated right here. And if you noted that I said 19, yes, I said 19. We have one team that's been a little bit naughty, and they were asked to kindly step aside, right? Well, the rest of the teams are going to be grinding it out. But, I mean, that is not going to deter any of our squads from still keeping that pressure up as best they can. But we're still waiting to see a team like Desert Flame Esports, for instance, right? We want to see them step it up, your crowns. Even Mad Knight, only sitting on 20 points. I mean, this is not the kind of placement that we are accustomed to seeing come through from these teams.
Exactly, especially given the fact that they were once in the PMPL. It's almost like have these teams realized that if they do not qualify into the PMPL, that's going to be a GG's for them, right? And then seeing them playing so lackluster, it's unfortunate, not going to lie. And I'm really looking forward to seeing even Mad Knight show up because, man, we saw Leaders of War understand what was at stake yesterday. And then they started putting up those consistent numbers up on the board. They expect the same thing coming through from Desert Flame and Ocean on Fire today.
Yeah, but I mean, it is unfortunate to see reputable teams, right, having, as you said, lackluster performances, but it's also a great opportunity for the up-and-coming teams, right, because now they have the opportunity to step up, showcase their talent, and potentially maybe even secure themselves a few additional slots going through. As we have seen before, the Arabia side, of course, looking over onto the rankings, they only have 2 slots available for the PMPL next year. And of course, that was the Middle Eastern end. And of course, on the Africa side, we've got 5 teams that will be moving on. So the pressure is up here, especially for those defending PMPL teams. If they want to continue with that rhythm, with that flow that they've already been experiencing, this is the opportunity to get the job done.
Yeah, and this is why we kept on emphasizing yesterday that you actually have to make the games you're playing yesterday count. Yesterday is the day was the day that they had to put their foot on the stone. And then, for a couple of those teams, today is just going to be a matter of maintaining how they've been playing so they can actually qualify into that PMPL 2023.
Yeah, and as we know, right, I think it's going to be quite an exciting season stepping into the 2023 PMPL, right? Because we've had teams now making it into much further places, right? We've seen 7 teams from the Middle East Africa region stepping into the PMGC. So there's a lot of that experience that is going to be trickling down. But of course, speaking about trickling down, we are going to be trickling our way up into that map pool. As we know, it is going to be that Erangel, as we said before. And then on goes the Dagwood, right? I wouldn't call this really a sandwich because, a sandwich just doesn't have a lot of layers. Dagwoods, they've got a few more layers.
I don't know. Whichever one it is, we've seen it for 2 days in a row. And I don't know, are we going to have that same pattern today? That is one thing that I'm actually keeping my eye out for because, for every day that we see the team that win the first, win the final Erangel. And, I've got my mind on that one to see if we see that same trend going through today.
Yeah, I want to see that opportunity come in and whether or not that trend is going to maintain, right? Because, I mean, that would be absolutely phenomenal. The first team to lock in that winner with a chicken dinner for today, based on what we saw, as you said, day 1, day 2, they could have another chicken dinner come in match number 5.
Yeah, exactly, man. And I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to play. And you know, we did point it out earlier that it's not just about how the teams are playing now. You know, today now it's a show of talent, individual talent. We'll be keeping an eye. I mean, we've seen wonderful performances coming through from some of these players in the lobby. You know, we're seeing the likes of Evo Station from Team GQ. That man has been absolutely on fire in the last 2 days. And we look at PO, we look at quality, even Preport from brute force. These are players that are, you know, they've been showing us exactly what they're made for, and man, these people are fighting for that spot.
There's one team in particular that I want to see that performance comes through here today, right? And I would say that's going to be, Legends of War, right? Day one had a little bit of a shaky day. Day two stepped in, upped the ante, got some really good and consistent performances. But I want to see them push it that extra little bit further come today's matches. But I think it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge to accomplish that today, because I think at this point, this is where the teams that have been holding back a little bit have now come to that realization. It's like, you know what? We've run out of time. It is today or nothing, right? If we don't step up the performances here today, we're going to run out of time. We're going to be running out of opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, this is where we start to see some of those hot drops come through towards the later towards the later games for today, right? You know, all of these teams would be like, okay, well, I guess we just have to just go hunt this team down, try to see or not, right? And you know, that being said, all of these teams, right, going for these crazy gameplays is one thing that I'm also keeping my eye out to see today. And man, you mentioned it, right? Keeping your eye out for Legends of War. I'm looking forward to seeing them pull up what Virtual Gaming Squad pulled up yesterday.
Yeah, but it is going to be a pretty tough one. But of course, now let's take a quick look at those groups just once again. So as we know, right, as we can see, match 3, Group B, they're not going to be playing that. So that is Brute Force, 911 team, Desert Flame Esports, and of course, 90th minute that will not have that opportunity to go rumbling in the jungle. So they have a great opportunity actually, right, because they've got 2 Wrangles, 2 Murmurs, to keep that pressure up, to keep that flow kind of going. So there's not a lot of adjustments that needs to be made on their behalf. So I want to see how they're going to be pushing that opportunity, at least for today. But of course, now speaking about today, speaking about Erangel, we know that the plane is starting to warm up. We can hear the lovely sound of the engines in the background. What's on the menu for snacks today, Grounds?
On the menu for snacks today is the PMPL. Today is going to be the umbrellas on the mocktails, and you know, there's going to be the extra option. You know, the other day we've only been having tea or coffee, but today it's going to be a situation of tea, coffee, or juice, please, because that is exactly what we've got going in today. So one of those, and I believe juice is only going to be given to those teams that are, you know, currently seated in that business economy, and we know exactly, we know that Team GQ right now, they are just one winner chicken dinner away from securing themselves a beautiful lounge in the plane.
Yeah, I was just about to start stressing when you said juice, and it was like, but I don't have. Oh yes, wait, I have juice. I realized I had mine. I mean, I just thought that they were skimping a little bit in first class, as you said, right? I mean, I'm using your words, but yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting run to see what that flight path is going to be bringing, of course, also where that zone is going to be going. So I'd love to hear from our viewers, right? Hit us up in the chat. Tell us, where do you think the zone is going to be going, where that flight path is going to be heading into woods. We'll see just how accurate those predictions could be. But of course, we'll be finding out momentarily. Now, Grounds, this is where I want to ask you, where do you think we are going to be moving with regards to that zone?
I feel like these teams have kind of had it not easy, not tough also, but like I'll just say I want to see a northern zone. You know, one of those zones that keeps you guessing if you want to be on the Rozok and school side of things, or if you want to be on that Stolba or actually shooting range side of things. So I think that is what I'm looking forward to seeing this first Erangel game.
Well, let's see. Of course, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5-minute charging, 2-hour gaming with Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphones in MEA in 2022. Now, looking at where we're starting, we can see that lovely Sosnovka Island down below, and it is going to be heading a little bit further up, heading just onto the edge there of maybe potentially Savoni. So it is going to be an interesting approach, and I want to see how the teams are going to be looking to anticipate it.
Yeah, exactly. And man, looking at the way all of those teams are going, the playing path looking nice currently at the moment. But man, we all know that it's all down to what that first zone looks like, man. And I'm keeping my eye out to see just how these teams will land. You know, we saw a couple of hot drops coming through yesterday, but now today, would we get those same hot drops today?
Well, we don't know, but I'm curious to see where Brute Force is going to be moving in towards. Also, where the players there from Team GQ are going to be looking to get themselves situated. Because as we know, these are the two teams that have found themselves the opportunity for that winner chicken dinner. So no pressure. Right? No stress. Let's see what they'll be able to do. But already we see the players there from Smash Team and, of course, Stalwart UAE taking an early push. And this is the same zone, pretty much what we saw all the way back on day one, match number 1. And just to remind our viewers, this was the match in which the players from Team GQ got that winner chicken dinner.
Brute Force, actually. But production, I think we've got yesterday's games loaded today. Do you want to check it? Anyway, we do see the guys there from Virtual Gaming Squad go for a different split today out there on that Stolba area of the map. Like Jackie Sports already finding their way up to Zarki, Brute Force. Normally we'll see them and they're looking all Gucci.
Yes, sir. Definitely looking all Gucci. But now it's going to come down to how the teams are going to be looking to spread themselves out and pull into their respective locations. Because we do have a slight bit of contention up towards Wave, Oceans on Fire, and then of course the players coming through from, well, it's Narcos and the rest of the team. Oh yeah, sorry, that is from the players there from Hive Mind. I mean, I was trying to see the tag there. I couldn't really figure it out, but eventually the name revealed itself. So I want to see how they are going to be looking to kind of dissolve that whole situation. But I love the fact that Wave has decided to, instead of get caught up in the altercations, maybe prioritizing the positioning down towards that sort of Northka Island itself, rather.
Yeah, going for that early breach camp is also something that, I'm looking forward to see. And I think they would have that in mind. And, seeing the way the game played out yesterday, I want to see if these teams will go for the same strategy that we saw yesterday, going for that early rotation into Sosnovka, or if we're going to see the teams just decide to stay on that mainland for a better.
Well, we'll definitely have to see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to have a pretty much a copy-paste situation come in here, right? Because, I mean, we've watched a lot of PUBG games, Grounds, and have you ever seen zones being repeated this much? Almost exact replicas being played. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, we thought we saw one yesterday, right? Especially heading into that second Miramar game, but we saw how different that turned out to be. And yesterday, and I feel like this is probably a gamble that some of these IGLs might be taking today, that yesterday we had this same zone, it went to the mainland. Maybe today it will go to the island, and I can tell that that's probably the gamble going on as we see some players there from Hive Mind already driving their way into the military island. Yesterday they did not go to the military island early. Today now they're going for that gamble that is going to shift over to the military island.
Maybe they're trying a little bit of reverse psychology here.
Exactly.
I think that's maybe what's going. It's like, we don't want to go north. We're going to try and maybe move south and then see where the zone goes. Maybe it will follow them. Maybe it won't. We'll have to wait until we find out ourselves. But I'm loving the fact that the players here from Desert Flame, again, just kind of stick to their guns, right? They're not going to be looking to rotate out. They had a pretty successful push from this point yesterday. I mean, this is kind of their home turf. But now I want to see what the players there from Honored Souls are going to be looking to bring on through, right? They are keeping the angle pretty tight, and they are starting to move ever closer. But will that result into the players from Honored Souls maybe finding a little bit of success onto Desert Flame?
Yeah, who knows? They might decide to just go on to because I'm pretty sure, I feel like at this point, they should know that Desert Flame is in the vicinity, right? So if I see players there from Honored Souls trying to go close to that eastern bridge, then I know they're not doing their research, right? Or unless they want to actually take that 4v4 fight, of which, seeing the way these teams played yesterday, we could tell that, most of those teams are not interested in that early engagement.
Yeah, they definitely want to try and ride out the storm a little while longer. I mean, we've seen it mainly lasting all the way up till about 15 minutes. And then only we have our very first team get sent out. But it does seem like Commander here from the side of Honored Souls are going to be looking to maybe change up that approach. I mean, they need to be careful because Desert Flame, they've anticipated this push, right? We can see that kind of spray coming through here from them. So we got the Shuki on the opposite end alongside Kraken. And then, of course, on this side, we've got Squidward and Klasa Now just doing a few push-ups, you know, just prepping themselves up, ensuring that they are nimble enough to take on all these altercations. But of course, Thanos says, you know what, thank you so much for all of that. Instead, I'm just going to try and get in a bit of a spray here.
Yeah, we didn't really see Thanos slap or snap his fingers yesterday. Tried a couple of times, but it just did not work. Right now, seeing the way Desert Flame is playing on this bridge, I'm looking forward to seeing how well they will be able to execute this bridge camp that they've got going on. I mean, I don't see anybody going for the crazy strategy that we saw from the players there from Smash Team yesterday, where they were climbing to the top of that bridge, Carry Boy, I believe. Cool Boy, I believe, sorry, climbing up to the top of the bridge. We don't really see that coming through from the side of Desert Flame, at least not yet. But I'm looking forward to seeing how perfectly they'll be able to execute that bridge camp.
Yeah, and I mean, especially looking at a team like Darkness here, and of course also then the players there from Honor's Soul, right? They have quite a bit of an opportunity here. As you said before, they should be very well aware that the players from Desert Flame are situated where they are, because that is what they did yesterday, come through in the zone, and this is also a position that they are very, very comfortable with. But the opportunity now lies on Darkness and on its Souls to try and tighten up their hold here, you know, just try and squeeze that extra little bit of effort out of them, and maybe that could result in a few amazing eliminations in their direction. Meanwhile, we did take a quick bit of a sneak peek down onto that Sosnovka Island, but meanwhile, it is going to be Desert Flame now coming under fire, as we did have the first few sprays coming through from Commander all the way over on its Souls. And now Darkness, they are getting lured in by the noise up ahead.
Yeah, and I'm liking the fact that I'm seeing so many of these teams be proactive, right? You know, looting up quickly, getting closer to the bridge, try to gather as much information on what is going on the shorelines and those bridges. Is just wonderful information gathering coming through from all of these teams. And, you know, seeing what Team Darkness is doing here, I feel like that's just strategy, right? Trying to just reduce the enemies. You don't need to get them off of thirst, but you just need to reduce their HPs and their helmet life in such a way that you eventually have to push, you know, like your enemies are not properly equipped to actually take that fight against you.
Yeah, it does alleviate a little bit of that pressure, so you are just increasing your odds of succeeding in that rush. But from what we see coming through from Darkness, they are not overly committing to it. But what is happening in the meantime is that there's quite a bit of a vacancy now up in the north, right? We've got teams on the outline regions, well outside of zone, taking their sweet time to rotate on forward. Meanwhile, the teams that have already been situated in the zone are now focusing their efforts to get them all situated towards that Sosnovka Island. So I hope that that is where the zone's going to go, because if it doesn't, Crowns, I can tell you, it is going to be absolute carnage.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, if he goes to the military island, I think some of these teams that have opted for that late rotation might just find themselves in a good spot, you know? Ocean of War, they were currently on that edge on the mainland before, and I hoped they would stay there for a while. But, you know, seeing that they've gone over to the military island, it kind of leaves that space to cross over to the military island open for, you know, all of these teams that have decided to go for later rotations.
Yep, the opportunity definitely is lying in wait. And now with the zone just continuing on its merry way, it doesn't take a very drastic shift, right? It just moves ever so slightly west. It's like, you know what, it's fine. I like what you guys are doing. Let's just move it up a little bit. Now it turns the focus a little bit more on towards that western bridge. And this is why we see the players from Desert Flame now considering a little bit of that mobilization to prioritize their positioning.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if any of these teams are aware of just how much space is on that north central part of the circle, they'll be possibly trying to get there. I mean, look at how free it is just on the outskirts of Pochinki, the western bridge. All of that area is just perfectly free. And, you know, these are potential places where that zone could actually end up in, right? So if I'm teams that are actually rotating late, of which I feel like that's what teams that rotate late on military-based zones actually do, they try to make it over to that high ground on the shorelines to just kind of stay there. I mean, there's not a watchtower there, right? So, you know, they just go over there to just chill to see exactly where the zone goes.
Yep, definitely just looking for a little bit of that chill to come through here, but they can't chill all too much, right? They need to keep that pressure on. But looking what we have over on towards the zone itself, right, up on towards Sosnovka, it is going to be the players here from Stalwart, relatively close towards that western bridge. They do have the players there, Narco and Co, positioned just north of them. So I want to see whether or not Narco's, Narco and the rest of the squad here from Hivemind are going to be looking to push a little bit further forward, or are they just going to be occupying the compound for the time being?
Yeah, and I would think they would be going for that latter, you know, try to just gather as much information as possible. You know, there's 3 teams out there on that western edge, so they might just be able to just find out what is going on with each other and, you know, realize that if the zone moves and we're not in the zone, these are the teams that we have to be wary about, or these are the angles that we have to cover ourselves from. And if if it favors us, these are the teams that we would have to take out. But yeah, it's kind of strategies being played all across the map right now. And man, no team has lost any player so far. We're seeing kind of that same trend that we saw from yesterday.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that trend. But another interesting thing that we are seeing is the players from 90th minute wrapping all the way around the Novo Island. And of course, we did have a quick little bit of a altercation there with the players from 911 losing one of their very own. But this is going to be the kind of trend, right? As the teams are looking to get themselves situated on its souls now, having the opportunity to pretty much decide how they want to get themselves situated come this next phase. But as you pointed out already, there's still quite a bit of vacancy between Pachinki and, for instance, Ferry Pier, right? A lot of areas and compounds that these teams can still look to rotate in towards. But another thing that we're seeing is GQ just holding that distance, right? Not looking to get involved just yet.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something that we've seen them play this type of strategy before, right? We see them play quiet in the early phases. And then when you get into that later phases, one way or the other, they just start to get those elimination points and just, ride on the whole lobby. So right now, seeing Team GQ being a little bit not even passive, a little bit quiet right now is not too surprising. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from them so far, because at the end of the day, it's a military island zone, right? And there's a possibility it's a military island zone. And you know that players do not go down so easily when we have this type of zone.
Well, we are going to find out where that next zone is going to be going momentarily. And of course, it commits itself to that military island and partially the military base. So the teams already situated on that southern edge are going to find themselves absolutely blessed. But of course, Brute Force, Virtual Gaming Squad on that very edge, looking to kind of fight for their possession or their angle in towards the zone. But this is where Brute Force are looking to leverage really decent angles, because he's Savage now trying to reach all the way over to their teammate. Oh, but it's going to be Booth not allowing any of that. And of course, speaking about allowance, it is going to be up on the bridge where Smash Team Ilias starts lays waste to Desert Flame.
And that man, Squidward, happens to be the only certified driver on the DFE team, as he's able to just maneuver his way, drive away from the wonderful shots coming through from Ilias and the rest of the Smash team. Talk about an perfectly executed bridge camp. And I wouldn't have expected Desert Flame to, cross that early or even cross that way. But man, seeing them do that is just sad to see. And I think Ilias is in for a whole lot of elimination as the players there from Honored Souls now begin to approach him on that bridge.
Yeah, but Smash Team, they're going to have to act quick, because there's another team hard on their heels. You can see the players there from Honored Souls looking to push on through. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from GQ and Blackjack getting into a little bit of a tussle here. Up comes Zeke, gets the strafe, down goes the head. Oh, tries to clutch the next one, but it's going to be easy to narrowly escape defeat here. What a play that it was from GQ.
And a very terrible start for the side there of Blackjack Esports. Not what they wanted, but man, when you're going up against a team like GQ, you know you're going to need more than one player to actually handle them. And Zeke trying his best out there, not just going to be enough to hold him down, as Team GQ will be able to grab 3 revives up onto their teammate. 2 revives, actually.
Well, they're going to try and lock in as many revives as they can find. But here we are now. Ooh. The pressure is on, right? I mean, Ban might get banned from the blue zone if they are not able to recover sufficient health. But I gotta say, looking at the armor that they've got there, they are relatively well set up. But now it's going to be a big mad dash, right? They still have a little bit of distance to cover, and that zone is sitting all the way over on towards the western side of the base itself. The pressure is on. But look at this, Squidward.
Ooh,
I mean, they're like, you know what? Let's just go for it. Let's just see if we can find some of these elims.
Yeah, exactly. And, it looks like everybody just seems to want to enter the military island from that eastern bridge, that the whole northern, western bridge is totally empty. 911 now on the bridge camp against the players there from Brute Force. You see Boots trying to hold his hand. He's able to get 1. He's good for 2 as 911 find himself on the losing end of this bridge camp.
Oh, but the pressure not going to be stopping anytime soon. You can see Blue Zone is going to be dealing all the pressure to them. And now 47 Eagle, the Lone Ranger, the Lone Survivor, having to piece together another strategy. But of course, we do have Yazan coming through there from the Virtual Gaming Squad. Also, their numbers have dwindled quite a bit. Also, the Lone Ranger. And then as we jump over to Lelouch, things aren't looking any better.
having a tough time as Lelouch is able to find that last player, send him back into the lobby. We're down to the final 12 teams in this game. And man, this is where that blue zone begins to hurt. So for all of these teams that are still lurking on that eastern edge, they actually have to get into the circle. 47, he'll be able to get his team a little bit of elimination. But, you know, that noise that he's made right now just makes Brute Force be like, okay, there's still someone who's trying to cross. I might be able to get one more elimination.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force already sitting on 5. As you can see, 911 sitting on 4. The pressure is up. As we know, Blue Zone is the GOAT. It has the highest KD out of anything available in PUBG. I mean, well, technically, it can't really have a KD because it there's no end, right? I mean, it's a what's the right term? It's omnipresent, right? It's just always everywhere. Yes.
It exists and it never dies. And man, speaking of never dying, it's the side there of Team GQ deciding to be the only team that will rotate in using that western bridge, and it is paying quite well for them. That is a very safe trip onto the military island as compared to the trip you'd have if you try to get in from that eastern edge.
Oh, I mean, that was funny. A little bit of a glitch happening there. Bisk just sitting there in the driver's seat. It's like, look at me go, look at me go. I'm not going anywhere. But eventually, they were released and sent on to where they were heading, of course. Now, we are going to be looking at the players here from Hivemind. We have a bit of an opportunity onto Oceans on Fire. But we are yet to see Oceans on Fire really just play out a good strategy. I mean, they've been holding some decent angles, but they haven't really been able to utilize said angles in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they headed straight for the center of the circle, which is almost nice, but the same position that they find themselves right now is at the bottom of a hill. It might not just be the best of strategies to play because, you know, there's so many teams that could just look down on those buildings. And you know what we say about windows, you know, shots going through them, grenades and throwables would also go in through them. So, you know, the side there of Ocean on Fire, maybe they might be holding a good spot, but man, they are down the hill and they are in for a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, you said now we've seen bullets, we've seen utilities getting sent through windows. So far, we have not seen players getting sent through windows, which is very, very satisfying, right? We had a little bit of that upset come through on our very first day. Curious to see what the situation will be with regards to the windows here today. But in the meantime, it's going to be the Federalians situated on towards the western side. They've got a nice little bit of a ridge, you know, that slight elevation to try and utilize. Yeah, that could be something quite useful if utilized properly. But just a quick look back at, you know, how Desert Flame got a little bit of that snuff heading in their direction.
Those are situations where your gyroscope just come into play. That was absolutely wonderful to watch from Ilias. I mean, that was shredding at its finest. What a spray. 3 people trying to cross the bridge, and that man was able to uproot all 3 from moving vehicles. It takes pure skill to be able to do that.
Yes, sir, it does. And of course, it takes even more skill to get a decent setup in the snake zone, as we still have 11 teams up, 32 players. But it's going to be Zakaria keeping a very steady angle. I'm curious to see what 90th minute is going to be doing here. We know that they've had some great success already, but trying to push in to get a bit of a shot, but they're not going to be applying quite a bit of pressure just yet. Yes, there we go. Instead, they wanted the 2-piece to move in just to have that backup, but now it's the full send, and the opportunity lies in wait for 90th minute, and they get, 2 easy eliminations.
Yeah, and this is where this is the bad side of going to the straight up center of the circle comes through, because, you know, there's so many teams around you, so many teams know about your position, and that is what 90th minute did. You know, they've been seeing the players there from Ocean on Fire all day, but that trigger discipline, not even taking any shots at them, making them think that they're safe. And the instance that zone shifted, boom, take out that first knock, go for the full send, get the 2 players down. And Ocean on Fire, who looked very strong before heading into the circle, now find himself with just 1 player left.
Yeah, and that's a little bit problematic. Yes, indeed. It was Danzo peering through that window, getting an absolutely amazing spray, but now it's going to be the Federalians looking to apply all the pressure they can muster here. Of course, sending the utilities up, looking to get a few freebies here. Is it going to be on the cards, though? Oh, the damage is so close, but they receive one in response as well. Oh my goodness. But here we go. Wave. Also now in a bit of a contentious play up on the northern side. We can see Darkness on the one, Virtual Gaming on the other. We got Evo Station there. So this is where Wave needs to be super careful, because we know what Evo Station can do.
Yeah, we've seen that man tear teams apart, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's here to do it again today. As the side of Team GQ left to just the last two players, but man, there is trouble out there on that southwestern edge. As we see Hive Mind getting approached by the side of Federalians, it might just get really tough on that angle. But Wave Esports, I've got to say, they're looking so strong with all 4 players still alive.
Yep, definitely looking pretty comfortable. Now it is going to be 90th minute, peering across. They also still have all 4 their players up, but now they want to leverage their numbers and find those extra few hits at the expense of Stalwart. Not succeeding in that just yet. Meanwhile, Stalwart, they're focusing over on towards Hive Mind as a Federalian, so that is quite a bit of a 3-way fight. We can see that, of course, happening on the mini-map, but now we jump straight into the action. With Danzo up on the balcony, cooking up that molly. This could be Fianzo in quite a bit of trouble. Oh, they run forward into the flames, but now the shots come through. It is a quick response, and Fianzo instead gets taken down.
Exactly, the Molotov was excellent. It connected quite perfectly, and he was able to even get the Eastern Tails to follow suit as the weapon of the devil, the MG3, in the hands of Iron. He's putting it into the bodies of the side of Team GQ, and you can just tell that these guys understand how dangerous this weapon is. That even Evo Station is forced to just stay behind that vehicle, as the vehicle explosion will take him out, coming from the side of the
Oh, but here we go, jumping in. Sugar with the AK tries to get the hits, and they do succeed as Danzo could not get the hits secured. Now, Federalians finding themselves in quite a bit of trouble. Of course, reduced down to only Hamodi. He's now trying to wrap around, maybe trying to piece some form of a play back together. But I gotta say, Hive Mind, the Crowns, they've been doing some really phenomenal work. Even though they only sit on 3 eliminations, still securing a decent position. They could still maybe be in the running here.
I mean, that was sweet from Sugar there. A nice 3-piece to go alongside being the only player alive. And now, you know, Federalians getting taken out now. That just gives them more placements coming through. And man, this is where Hive Mind have got to now start to think, how do we play this till the end with just 1 player alive?
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult decision. But now, as we look on, it's going to be Wave having to make a very similar challenging play here. They are looking to get themselves situated. Fortunately, okay, where the zone has gone, it does provide them with some nice bit of cover. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for 7. Reap, though, the rest of the squad not going to be too deterred from the action here. Keeping the angle strong, looking to get that raise in and bring their numbers back into the fight. But our 90th minute, ooh, they could be playing with fire.
You, and you know, being on that outskirts, on the outside of the fences of the military island could get tricky, you know, because you think you have that little cover, but there's a couple of bullets that might just connect on the backpack. I mean, you saw yesterday, all you just have to do is get that little piece of a pixel that is exposed, and you definitely get those knocks. And I think that's what the side of 90 minutes are utilizing going into this game.
Yeah, maybe sometimes even just the barrel that is sticking out. But an interesting rotation coming through there from you next, from Oceans on Fire. And they're able to kind of evade all the sprays coming through here from Kaito. But now Wave feeling relentless pressure at 90th minute. Not going to be focusing all their eggs in one basket. Instead, they want to try and get a decent spread out. Stalwart still in the play here. I mean, this time around, only sitting on 2 elims. We saw such a strong performance coming from them yesterday. But will they be able to replicate any of those plays?
Yeah, exactly. That's one thing I'm keeping my eye on, and I'm just noticing because, like, these Stalwart sports, they are actually the ones that are in direct competition with the side of Brute Force, right? So right now, Brute Force knows they cannot go out. That last player cannot die until the side there of Stalwart UAE gets eliminated from the lobby, and you can just see how deep that competition is going into. What a pick! You know, that's another one of "Don't pick me, bro."
Yeah, definitely don't do that. Of course, it is going to be Iron now looking to iron out a few bumps here. Of course, we got the base from Stalwart still riding on that bridge, but the zone has moved into that no man's land in and amongst all our teams. Curious to see who's going to be the first team to get themselves properly situated, as it is potentially leading towards players there from 90th minute. But Wave, wow, relentless. I mean, still just keeping that pressure up. They don't want to have Stalwart make that escape into zone.
Yeah, and that's perfect understanding coming from that team. That they know that they do not want to get back beaten by any of those players there from Stalwart UAE. And then they realize they have to take out Stalwart UAE before they continue any movement into that circle. That was wonderful awareness coming through from that team.
Yeah, now they will have to continue with the awareness here. It is going to be super down. It is going to be even more pressure applied And of course, oh, up comes the hit. It is going to be safe. Looking to just survive, but unfortunately that's not on the cards as they do get wiped off of Erangel. Down to our final 3 teams to go. It's going to be Brute Force down to 1, 90th minute, and Wave still rocking a 3-piece on either end.
And I think this is where, yeah,
the only player in zone.
I tell you, I was just about to say this is where Brute Force is going to be that needle in the haystack now. It's going to be that obstruction to the side of either Wave or 90th minute, because this man might actually be able to spoil the game for either one of those teams. And he sees the players there from Wave Esports making their way into the circle, and that man might just be able to play perfect spoiler.
Yeah, definitely good. But now it's going to be Bisk, Michi, ooh, trying to push up the edge. Wave has spotted the attempt at a little bit of a sneaky play here. But looking where they've moved into, right, there are quite a few interesting angles to hold, as you do have some kind of hardcover available to utilize. But Zakaria are not going to be allowing all too much of that to slip on through, as they do send out several hits. I mean, this is where the vehicles actually get a little bit more dangerous, because if they do explode, that is the end of the team.
I'm kind of liking the way the players there from Wave Esports are kind of moving into that circle, you know, moving in piece by piece, one after the other, playing the cover fire quite nicely. And man, 4-wide, he sees that player going for that mid. Oh, the grenade from Zacharias, that's what he needs. If he sees that, he knows.
Yes, sir.
Risk it.
Oh, wow. They never popped the tires, and that opens up the opportunity. And that, of course, then is the end for Wave as they get flushed away. And now it is Brute Force up against 90th minute. Full contention for that winner chicken dinner, and it could still potentially go to Brute Force.
Exactly, because this is 4YDO. This is the player that I said I've seen in the semifinals, you know, pull off those good plays. And man, he's out here in a 1v3 situation. But man, seeing the squad that he's up against, I don't know. His chances are a little bit slim because, you know, these guys, they've got the grenades and they might just be using that to complete this game.
Ooh, but now the challenging part comes. Brute Force not situated within that zone. 90th minute, they have the controlling angles here. But is that going to be enough for 90th minute to secure the victory? The nades come in and there's no need to worry, as 90th minute have got everything under control, securing themselves the very first winner chicken dinner right here in day number 3.
A very well deserved winner chicken dinner going over to the side of 90th minute. They showed a whole lot of awareness going into that game. They were covering all their angles, making sure they played this so well as a 3-man team. And I tell you, this is very well deserved for the side of 90th minute.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault that performance coming through there from them. But of course, we have to give credit where credit is due, right? Brute Force keeping that pressure up as best they can, making sure that they are finding those decent placement points. Even though the eliminations might not have been as extravagant as we've seen before, it is still some really decent numbers as well.
Yeah, and then I also want to give props to that last player there from Brute Force, 4YDO, you know, being able to hold it up to that final end, you know, understanding the awareness. And that's something that, you know, we really saw from these teams that finished in the top 3 coming to today, you know. We saw that awareness coming through from Wave Esports, understanding that they had to take out Stalwart. And then we see that same awareness coming through from Brute Force, knowing that he had to just wait till at least 2 players were down before he stands up and takes those shots. So yeah, full awareness that we got to see from the top 3 teams, and I'm happy about that.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of happiness all across the board. We just had a word from our producer. Could you just repeat that again? I didn't exactly hear everything. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so they are prepping up the highlights for us. So we'll be jumping straight into that momentarily. But I got to say, right, a really good way to kick off the action here for today. I mean, yes, we've seen that Southern shift happen before. A few teams having a little bit of trouble out in the blue, as it always happens. But a very dominating performance from the teams who've been able to make it in. I mean, even like we saw from the players there from GQ, right? They've rotated in on that western front, coming in with a little bit of a later play than what we are accustomed to see. But still, being able to get something turning up, at least.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of sad also that we didn't quite see so much rotations coming through, right? Almost everybody just wanted to head into the circle following that Eastern Bridge, and we lost about 4 to 5 teams just on that Eastern Bridge alone. You know, there were so many teams trying to get in there. Desert Flame Esports, it's the guys there from Smash Team 911, even Brute Force. We saw all of these teams try to make it in from that Eastern Bridge, and that's where we saw a whole lot of the trouble. This spray is wonderful.
But you were talking about the rotations, right? 90th minute, they actually played a rotation, right? They rotated in on that far eastern side of the Sosnovka Island. And that slow, steady approach actually led to them getting quite a phenomenal position, moving in and securing themselves that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly. And, even seeing that some of those teams like Ocean on Fire, right, decided to swim all the way to the other side was also a nice opportunity for them, or actually a nice play for them. But unfortunately, they were not just quite able to stay generous and stay true to this 2-2 split that they held over here, going out to the side of 98th minute, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that is going to be the pressure situation come through. I mean, Wave Esports also held their own exceptionally well, making it all the way close to that final piece. And, I mean, the Russians just came in. I was a little bit worried about Iron rocking it out, up with that, what did you call it? The weapon.
MG3, the devil's weapon.
That exact one, right? I was a little bit curious to see what they're going to be doing with that and whether or not they could yield that properly, just lay waste to whatever moves up ahead of them. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see exactly all of that as Iron instead changed over onto the M4.
Yeah, exactly. And going into the later circles or later phases of the circle, we would expect to see these players actually use that LMG, more, given that you have more bullets, you have more damage, more rate of fire going into the engagements. But there's this little M4 addiction, which I kind of understand because I'm a victim of it too. So maybe that's what happened.
Well, I mean, if you have to trade it out, right? Like either 660 rounds or 990 rounds per minute or an M4. I mean, on paper, the 990 rounds make a little bit more sense, right? But of course, you have to land them. That's the important part. But of course, speaking about landing hits, let's take a look at our match rankings to see where the teams are and how many points they've been able to land for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And I know Brute Force will be sitting up there with 20 points out there. 90th minute, we did condemn, or we did actually say they didn't get as many elimination points as we would expect from them. But 7 eliminations with 15 placement points give them 22 points, and that is just enough to put them on the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, a healthy dose of points coming through here. But of course, then we've got the players there from Wave Esports securing themselves 17 points. 7 of those coming through from the eliminations. And that is going to be quite important for Wave because they started the day over in 14th position with only 38 points, right? So the extra addition of points going to serve them pretty well. Of course, Stalwart, they don't really need points. I mean, they've already been doing such an amazing job. But now, let's get into a little bit more of a breakdown, right? We are going to be hopping over onto the Africa side for the overall standings to see what that situation is. And of course, not all too much of a change-up, right? We do, same as what we've had in the previous few days, have a little bit of a back and forth between that 5th position.
Yeah, but then we're already beginning to see a gap now between Hivemind and Blackjack Esports. Blackjack Esports have been booted out of that top 5, and this is where it starts to become tricky and challenging because we can already see that points gap increasing. I think that's about 6 points of gap between Blackjack and Hivemind. And if Blackjack are not careful, they might not just make it into the PMPL.
Yeah, but it's also getting pretty contentious across the board, not only on the Africa side, but as is on the Middle Eastern edge. So there's now 14 points separating Brute Force and the players coming through there from GQ. I mean, they've considerably closed that gap. It was, I think, 28 points or something like that. So great performance coming here from Brute Force. You can see they are super eager to catch up to Team GQ. But of course, Stalwart also just bringing in the hard work.
Yeah, and I think that just gives the players there from Brute Force a little bit of a ginger to actually continue playing. When that gap was still large, you could tell that, it's almost like Team GQ were running away with it. But now that they're just 14 points behind them, Team GQ, it means they don't really have to worry too much about Stalwart UAE. And now they can keep their worry on Team GQ. Watch Team GQ on the kill feed to just kind of know when that team is out, to know when you're going to pounce on the lobby and, do too well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But now let's jump over. As we can see, our overall standings here is going to be the players there from Team GQ, still sitting all the way up in that pole position. I mean, it's interesting to note that Honored Souls, with their winner chicken dinner from yesterday, are still situated over on the right-hand side. I mean, at least they are up in the money spot, right? In that top 16, and that's kind of also partially what these teams are going to be playing for, aside from the allotted slots that are going to be available. But we want to see still something come through from Mad Knight, Desert Flame, even Ocean on Fire as well. As I've said before, right? we've had a bit of an opportunity, but it's not really clicked for them just yet.
Yeah, and that is because Ocean on Fire, they're one of those teams that have not quite cracked the code of that placement points to elimination points, right? You know, we see them have 24 placement points, which is good, solid, but their elimination points, that is 8. They currently have the lowest elimination points in the whole lobby. I mean, the team that is even below them has more elimination points than them.
Yeah. I mean, they've been prioritizing those placements, so definitely need to dial up the aggression, not just a little bit, but maybe quite a bit, right? So we'll see whether or not they can light that puppy on fire, or whether or not it's not going to be working for them. But either which way, they still have quite a few opportunities left. And speaking about opportunities, we are going to be having the players from Group A sitting out the next match, with the addition of Group E stepping into their very first match here for day number 3.
Yeah, exactly. And man, seeing that Group E has looked at what happened, it's almost like a deja vu from yesterday. But today they've kind of actually seen what teams are actually there, showing us what they've got. You know, they're kind of seeing some of the other teams stepping up, like 98 minutes. They're already seeing that, okay, it looks like 98 minutes are actually here for the money. Brute Force, Stalwart, UAE. You know, these are players that, or these are teams that have shown up in the first game, and these players there from Group E already know what to expect going into this, their first game of the day.
Yeah, they got that flow, they got that rhythm. But now, speaking about rhythm, let's flow straight into our respective groups just again to see who will be sitting it out. So it is going to be Honest Souls, the Federalian Smash Team, and Stalwart UAE. But we add in one round as well as High for Days, Mad Knight, and Legends of War. And this is where I get excited, because it's going to be Legends of War that we saw yesterday jump all the way from that 20th position and finish the day in 13th. So again, some phenomenal leaps and bounds being brought through. But are they going to be able to stack on top of that with today's matches?
Oh, these are excellent questions you're putting out there, because this is the last 5 games. As a matter of fact, we're down to the last 4 games, you know, of the whole tournament, man. And all of these teams, they've really got to put in their performances, the best of the best performances, because today is that day where you cannot afford to be slacking, especially when we start to talk about points.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are keen on the energy drinks, now would maybe be a good time to ensure that you've got a decent supply of those, right? Whichever brand you go for it, right? But this is where the focus needs to be on, and you need to make sure that you're running at full throttle as best as you can. I mean, that again is just where the Oppo phones are so amazing. They are able to, you know, allow you some really good performances out on the battlefield. I actually want to get one myself, right? Because we're always talking about the Oppo phones. I actually want to have one in my hand. Yeah, maybe we'll make a plan, right? So then I can say, you know what? Not only is the phone great, let me show you how great it is, right? Here's the phone, and whatever the case is. But yeah, so big shout out going out to Oppo once again. But now, right, we are inching our way closer and closer to Miramar. Now, we've seen a few different customers step up, locking in that winner chicken dinner. Of course, the players there from GQ actually picking it up yesterday. But who do you think is going to lock it in today?
I'm keeping my eye out on the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad. You know, I've not seen them start the way they started yesterday. You know, yesterday we saw them putting up little points up on the board going into the games. But, you know, for this Miramar game, I think I'd like to see Virtual Gaming Squad. They're one of those teams that like to play from the northern edge of Miramar. And, you know, we kind of see it play out for them up until they meet with the side there of Brute Force. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well they're going to undo that pressure coming through from that northern edge of the circle today. So I think they've pretty much got a good chance.
Well, all will be revealed soon enough, as at this point we can only do, you know, our lovely speculations. But speaking about speculations, right, looking at the chat, I only see the players from Brute Force receiving some love.
Yeah,
There's no shout outs for any other teams. I mean, what's up with that?
I mean, I don't know what's going on with the support in the chat, but man, I'm rooting to see who you guys are actually out here for. Let me see you spam those hearts. You know, normally we would see the different hearts going for the different colors of the logo, right? I see the yellow hearts for Desert Flame and all of that purple hearts. So man, I really want to see you guys spam the support in the chat, because I tell you, if you guys have not been doing this for 2 days, today these players actually need as much support as they can, because if they're not able to get that momentum from the game, they should probably get the momentum from the chat. You know, if you see that there's people actually coming here to support you, it gives you that ginger and that inspiration to, you know, do better, just to show the people in the chat that, you know what, we're here to prove ourselves to you.
Yeah, and we know by now that spam, appropriate spam, right, feeds the team's performance. not really, but sure it does, right? I mean,
It really
so,
does.
you know, you got to show the love, show the support for your favorite team. If it's either of these teams, all of the teams, you know, pop their names into the chat. Show us who you are here, who you are rooting for, and who you want to have an absolutely amazing, amazing day. So be sure to let us know wherever you're watching. And of course, you can also just let us know on social media. There's Instagram, there's TikTok, there's Facebook. And of course, you're watching us on YouTube as well. And in case you're not sure what those links are, they could be appearing on the screen. Yes, they are. Amazing, right? Good timing. I mean, if you've got an amazing producer, life is just so easy.
I argue no further with that one. And man, 98 minutes, one of those teams that have got winner chicken dinner already. Adding another winner chicken dinner to their pocket just gives them more leg room in the business economy class. So man, if you're one of those teams who does not have a winner chicken dinner, not only are you missing out on free extra space, but you're also missing out on that business economy. And bro, I keep saying business economy, but man, you all know the perfect thing or what all of these teams are fighting towards is that PMPL qualification, because that is the ultimate place that takes you straight into that PMPL where you start to get more money, bring you straight into the business class with me and DK.
Well, not only do you get more money, right, but it's also about the experience, right, and just how far these teams can reach. I mean, if things work out amazingly for them, we could potentially see them in the next season of PMGC, right? Of course, the finals are around the corner for 2022, so who knows? Maybe for 2023, we could have one of the teams that we are watching right here potentially make it all the way right into that. It is, of course, going to take a lot of hard work, determination, and a heck load of grinding to accomplish that.
Yeah, exactly. And consistency, always the key, is the name of the game, is what we always preach. And we'd hope to see many of these teams show us exactly what they've got in terms of that. You know, we're heading into the sandy dunes of Miramar right now, and we saw things get really hot in the first Miramar game yesterday. And I don't think we're going to be getting anything lesser than that today.
Yeah, I'm also not expecting the desert to let off with any heat. But I mean, we've seen a few interesting zones, right? We've seen a few of the southern zones. We've seen a little bit of a move, maybe further up north. But I want to say, like, maybe today, if it's something a little bit more centralized, I think that could be a good bit of a trade-off to come through, as, you know, it kind of throws the teams into another gear, right? Really having to figure out how they want to play this one.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, this is something that I actually want for the whole of today. You know, for the past 2 days, we've actually been seeing some of those very crazy zones. And, you know, it's almost an arguable point when we start to look at those crazy zones to say, oh, some teams are just better off in those crazy zones. Sometimes we want to see more of those generic center map zones where, you know, players would actually be able to show us that they can actually play in quite the normal zones, you know, because, you know, variation is always what we ask for, and we really want to see many of these teams perform in different type of zones and circles.
Well, we'll find out exactly which variant we are going to be going for as we are ready to see that flight path. And that, of course, then only means one thing, right? It is time for the action as we move towards the lovely, lovely Miramar. And with that, we welcome you all to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5 minutes charging and 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022.
Sandy Miramar, a very nice playing path. Wouldn't lie, because this is one of those very comfortable play paths. Everyone should be fine with it. And, you know, it's now going to be a matter of where that zone is going to be. And I think with the nice playing path today, I think PUBG Mobile is just going to complement it with a nice zone or a nice first circle to go alongside it.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes complementary zones are quite delicious, right? I'm not going to lie. Just as what all the complementary stuff we've got up here in first class. But either which way, we want to see what the teams are going to be doing, though, as we do have a very, very comfortable zone, right? I mean, it's not shaking things up all too much. It does allow the teams to access pretty much anywhere. But as you've said, that zone is yet to be decided. And are we going to have our wish granted, or is it just going to take a swing in an opposite direction?
I think we're going to have our wish granted. I think PUBG Mobile likes us that much. It's just got to be. And if they don't do it for us, they do it for the teams. Ah, there we go. They love us. They love us.
Yeah. I mean, thank you so much, PUBG gods. You guys are amazing. Wherever you are, we don't know where they are, but sure, right? Thank you, thank you. It is. I also think that teams are going to be breathing a slight sigh of relief, right? They don't have to work. They don't have to put too much focus on zone positioning, right? Now they can look to play strategically. They can see, okay, cool, we can go to this place, that place, so let's grab our loot and then just, get on with it.
Yeah, but then this is where we start to see some of those different plays, right? Because now we see the players there from Blackjack Esports go for a more northern split around that water treatment. Normally we'd see them in the Los Leones area, but now today we see them more on that northern edge, which means that's going to be a change of play, a change of style. And right now, Blackjack Esports, they really need that good game in order to bump themselves back into that top 5 position. But right now, the hot drop out there in Picado is happening once again.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to say no to any bumps, right? Even Fianzo experiencing a few of those bumps, but not exactly the same kind of bumps that we're talking about. But either which way, hopefully they're not going to... Ooh, that was a cool move. I mean, did they turn in the air? Did I see that correctly?
I mean, it's possible to just work with the breeze, just become one with the elements in Miramar, and, you're able to just maneuver your way. But it's still excellent driving coming through from Fianzo, and it's now a question of, is he going to be able to have just as fine gun skills? I mean, we saw Sugar give us some sweet 1v3 in that first game.
Yeah, well, we want to see even more of that sweetness now being applied across the board, and maybe we could see something come through here from Legends of War. As we know, this is their first match of the day, and I think this is going to be kind of setting the standard, setting the expectation of what we could be seeing come through for the remaining matches, right? Because yesterday, they started off great, they kept that contention high, and they had a really good run. But now, what's going to happen today? I think this is the main thing that we want to actually find out.
I think one can argue that the only reason why they did well was because Hive Mind decided not to take that fight with them in Picado. Hive Mind actually did pull away from that fight, and they're like, you know what, we're not going to fight you guys in Picado. We'll leave it up for later, phases in the circle. But who knows? That is also one thing that we've noticed. Leaders of War being able to stay, alive actually more in yesterday's game as compared to the way they played on the first day.
So what you're telling me, it's kind of like it's kind of reliant on Hive Mind. So if Hive Mind decides, you know what, it's fine, let's have Legends of War survive, an extra 5 minutes longer, then Legends of War use that opportunity and they go like, you know what, thank you so much, we'll invest it and we'll get an absolutely phenomenal run.
Yep, these guys are very appreciative and we love that. They use it.
Well, might as well, right? But I'm curious to see just how this one is going to play out and whether or not that is going to be the situation. In the meanwhile, there's not much else happening currently on the map, right? The teams are slowly proceeding towards the zone, ensuring that they've got adequate loot, that they don't have to stress should they get a bit of an encounter on that rotation. So I'm curious to see what that's going to lead to.
Yeah, and this is what we say about like that the central circle, because yes, it almost seems like a nice circle, but at the same time, remember, if it's a nice circle for you, it means it's equally a nice circle for almost everybody else in the lobby. So if you're going to be slowing down your rotation, it's going to be a lot of problems, because there's like good positions out here in the circle that you want to get to first. So if you get drowned in that looting phase, that's where we start to see a whole lot of trouble.
And I think this is where it's interesting, right? Because if you look at the two different options, right, you've got a little bit more of a drastic zone shift, and then you've got the more generic zone, like what we've got now. I think I'm of the opinion that the generic zone is actually the tougher zone to play. Because when you've got that hard shift into either direction, right, you know what you have to work with. When it's generic, it's a gamble, because you don't know what the rest of the teams are going to be doing. And I think that adds to that element of complexities, because you now have to try and anticipate so much more.
And the mind games, one of the things that we actually look at into PUBG, we said this thing, that PUBG Mobile is not just about the gun skill sometimes, actually all the time. There's also a little bit of mental, games that go into it. And, that's where you start to think, oh, we're going to this hill, but we've not been there for a while. There's probably a team there. Let's try to rotate around it. There's probably a team here, but let's leave that alone. As leaders of War now get engaged fully by the side of Hive Mind.
And of course, it is going to be Winterfell to fall, which is, I mean, something that we've been seeing so far, right? I mean, Winterfell either is the lone survivor or the first one to go. So, you know, they're keeping to the consistency here, which I appreciate and respect because it just works out quite nice. But speaking about it working out nice, we want to see Mad Knight have a phenomenal run. I want to see that PMPL level performance come through from Mad Knight.
Yeah, and they've been switching their rosters a lot, right? But it doesn't seem like any of it is working, which means they might just have to just focus on those strategies and how they play this game. See now the Beast is in the game. Now they do not have Yazan, if I'm not mistaken, in the squad. They keep mixing it up, mixing and switching, just to kind of see which one works exactly for them. But man, it's almost unfortunate to see Mad Minds playing this way.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what exactly is cooking on that front, but we know up in the lovely Picardo, it's not a whole lot cooking at the moment. We did see that one knock come through, and we're back to a bit of a standoff here. We are seeing a few smokes being deployed, but nothing all too extravagant just yet. But this is where I want to see what the teams are going to be doing, right? Because you either push or you disengage. And having a bit of the standoff, I mean, it slowly takes you nowhere. Now we add Wave into it, and that is only going to make things even more challenging for Hivemind and Legends of War.
Yeah, if I were to be Legends of War, I'm just going to tear a page out of Hivemind's book from yesterday and just disengage from that fight. I'd rather go into that fight with go into the rest of the game with 3 players up where I know there's a chance, rather than continue to stay in that stalemate. But at the end of the day, it's a good thing to stay, but on the other hand, the longer you stay in Picardo to fight, the more chances you get of getting third party. Because as we know, there's a couple of the teams in the lobby that like to play from the center, and Picardo is right in the smack dab center.
100% correct on that one. But looking at Mad Knight, right, they have a great bit of elevation to hold here. They've got a plethora of teams surrounding them, but this is where I want to see them utilize their terrain, right? Because they have a bit of an opportunity towards the players towards the north. They're coming through there from 911. We have the players from 90th minute just over on the eastern side. Of course, we got Virtual Gaming Squad situated towards the west. And then, of course, we still have the players from Wave and Legends of War and Hivemind situated towards that Pachinki region. And now the zone centers up on Mad Knight. This is the opportunity. If they've not kind of picked up on the hint, this is it.
Are they comfortable with playing from the center of the circle, though? Do they have that much awareness? This is the questions that we get to have. I mean, we saw Ocean on Fire have a very good position out there in Erangel, in the center of the circle, but without that awareness factor, saw 98 Mini just easily take away that position from them. So, now they're in a good spot, Mad Knight. It's a question of how well can they play from this good spot.
Yeah, all the pressure is going to be solely on their shoulders. But again, they are looking to assess the area, looking to see if they can spot any movement. We have that slow approach coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad, but they also kind of slightly just keep their distance, which is also quite respectable. But now it is going to be the players from 911 just rushing into the vacant compound. Position up ahead. The Beast already starting with a bit of a spray. Look at this, though. They've got a nice coverage happening here. I mean, we got the Beast on the one side. They're pretty much situated back to back. So regardless of where the pushes come through, they have that reinforcement there.
Yeah, exactly. Holding on the 2-2 splits where everyone can cover everyone is just wonderful. But at the end of the day, it's just not going to matter to how fast they can get to each other. But anyway, we do see rotations coming in through. Virtual Gaming Squad not going for their normal, regular northern rotation. And this was one thing I was looking forward to seeing, right? I did say that their team that likes to play from that northern edge of the circle, find the zone, did push them in the center. But still, we see them not quite leaving that San Martin area, just kind of staying there so they do not run into that clash that they normally would run into with the side of brute force.
Yeah, it's all down to these calculations to get to see whether or not it is going to turn out favorable for our teams. But of course, speaking about favorable, right, no one really having the craziest position. I mean, GQ, yes, they've got a nice little bit of tranquility over on towards this northeastern side. Oceans on Fire got a very similar situation over onto that southeastern edge. Oh, but here we go, Picardo about to start lighting up as we do see Velasco finding that first head up in towards No Mistake. Down they go. And that is now 2 eliminations secured for Hivemind.
Yep, and that player did get taken out as he was vaulting a window. Love it, as it was coming down. And now Legends of War decide to pull away from the fight with only 2 players. And this is where I start to get teams like, oh! Wonderful! Sugar. Oh,
Wow, that was sugar, spice, and everything nice.
all that goes with it. Hive mind. They come from the bees, and this time they're not just serving honey, they're serving sugar to go alongside it. A beautiful 4 piece coming through from them. And this is what I was saying for Legends of War, right? Pull away from the fight as quickly as possible. You do not have to wait till you're done as soon man. Not do, oh, let's get out of here as quickly as possible. These are the things that happen all the time. And it looks like following our earlier discussion, Hive Mind have decided that they would not let Legends of War continue in this game.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for Legends of War, but absolutely amazing, though, for Hive Mind. And speaking about our previous discussions, of course, we do see the players here from Virtual Gaming Squad now looking to move even closer on towards Mad Knight. But Savage, not going to be ducking just yet. Does ready up that buggy. I don't know if they want to maybe try and bait them out. But either which way, they look to be balling. And here we go, just a quick little bit of a replay in case you missed it. A beautiful spray coming through there from Velasco. Does find that first one. And then after that, it was all downhill for the players there from Legends of War.
Boom.
Oof. Wow.
And this is why we do not trust Miramar vehicles, you know. we get in north western shifts now on the circle. Virtual Gaming Squad find themselves right in the center. I'm enjoying the rotation I'm seeing coming through from one round as they've been edging in from that northeastern edge, finding themselves on the outskirts of Hacienda del Patron as they look closer to San Martin.
Yes, there's a lot of teams now going to be looking a little bit closer as we are well within that third phase. The blue zone, of course, also now on its approach. So that is going to be forcing the hand for a lot of our teams. And now, speaking of which, here we go. It's going to be 911 and GQ having a bit of an altercation. The vehicle goes boom. But unfortunately, for 911, there wasn't anybody situated within it. But a quick bolt out the window works for Escanor. All right. But they did that at the right time. Now, up comes the angles, and of course, Escanor instead gets taken right on down.
Players here from 911 just staying true to their angles, but it's not going to be working too much for them as one other player just gets spotted. It's going to be last one. Not going to be the last one left. That's quality. That man, one of the skilled players we see coming through, but the third party is in there to actually make that the fight on the edge. Coming through from Mad Knight up against the side of 98th minute as Agent 47 all on his own swap to hold it up in a 1v2 situation.
Oh, but that 1v2 situation could get quite spicy now. Look at Agent 47 falling on next. And now Peach and Savage having to rotate on through. Meanwhile, the players here from Team GQ still sitting on a full squad. You can still see a view of the sprays going in. And that is going to be quality sent on their merry way. Down to 13 teams to go. We still have 50 players up.
Just got to admire the way the players here from GQ crash buildings, right? Look at that crash, perfectly executed, sent it straight into the side of 911, able to hold on the players and then get all 4 players done and out. And they didn't even lose any player to go.
Yeah, just shows you how comfortable they are in these altercations. But of course, there are still quite many more to go. As you see now, 90th minute, and Mad Knight trying to fight for possession of the compound here. I mean, they're not really feeling the sharing play right at the moment. But again, it could be quite an advantageous angle to be holding. I mean, we do have the hillside, which is leading more into the rest of that zone. But quite a bit of that edge possession coming through here with Mad Knight now making the dash. Running right up that plateau. And just managing to evade the sprays.
Exactly. Just able to, I believe one of those players did get knocked off the buggy. Or maybe actually make that Savage who got knocked off on the side from the third party by Hive Mind. But 98 minutes going to be feeling very accomplished right here as they were able to get that knock confirmed and send the whole players from Mad Knights away from this position. And you know, we were talking about Mad Knights being in a good position, and it was a question of how well they were going to be able to defend it. And I think we pretty much got our answers to that.
Yes, sir, we did indeed. But now looking at the tiny zone that we have left and the insane number of players still looking to get themselves situated, I think this is going to be absolute carnage coming through. I mean, how do you squeeze 50 players into a zone as small as this 4th phase? I mean, it's not even a kilometer across. We can see just how tiny it is, but it is also partially inclusive of that San Martin area. And again, I'm loving where the zone has gone. going to be really testing out the capabilities of these teams.
Yeah, and there's even a slight chance we might be getting a city finish, and this is where, you know, it gets challenging for many of these teams because you do not know if you want to send it straight into San Martin or if you want to just be on the outskirts. And indeed, it is going to be on the outskirts indeed. And I said this, one round, they've had good rotations going into this game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do well on this Miramar game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it could be on the cards for them, but all will be revealed as they are yet to make that dominating stand. But now looking at the stance itself, it is going to be Wave trying to play the position down south, right? They have Desert Flame, they have Darkness and Blackjack all held up in the vicinity, but it's going to be Arthur now trying to pick up a quick spray. They do find the first. It is going to be Squidward now down for the count. What is going to come through from the rest of the team as, I mean, they're running out of options here.
Yeah, exactly. And the rotations are not just playing out well for the side of Desert Flame Esports. And this is where it starts to become sad. When they play in the center of the circle, they do not get as much elimination. When they play from the edge, that is not their best position. But NSH Me, now sharing against the players here from Desert Flame Esports, as Shuki is going to be able to put in the bullets in his body, get that player down, and he's on a spree.
Yes, sir. I mean, one down, quite a few more to go, right? At least, what's that? That turns into 38 other options. I'm not quite sure whether or not that's going to be on the card, but that would be pretty crazy to see, though. But either which way, one of the teams that have been doing quite a bit of craziness, of course, being the players there from GQ. Now, Hive Mind will be looking to push in on the east side. Oh, 90th minute just up ahead. Michi in a bit of trouble. It's going to be Knockers looking to close it up, but the reinforcements come through, and instead it is Busk who finds the knock, and there we go. Hive Mind. Oh, getting sent on back.
The awareness that comes through from the side of 98 minutes is out of this world. And this is where we start to talk about the experience that this team has. Loading those angles. That last player, Michi, was begging for the cover fire, and indeed he got it. Ashuki would also get it straight to the head from the side there of Wave as they're able to clear out the side there of Desert Flame out there on the south.
Oh, but I mean that the pressure is still up, right? Here we go. It is a fifth phase. Blue Zone's going to start in a short few moments. But Brute Force not yet secured within the zone. We do have Booth already setting up a bit of an anchor point there. But will the rest of the team be able to kind of close that gap and just solidify their positioning? Meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from GQ not venturing out in the open, trying to ride as many of these reach positions as they can. But AZ has been found. PO's occupied in a vehicle. And this is where things could get quite troubling.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where the rotations will be coming in through, right? From some of those teams, especially the teams that understand that the northern side of the circle is probably a good place to play when we head into this next circle. Like, we can see one round already getting into that side there of GQ, and, you know, Mad Knight also coming in for the third party. It's going to be a whole lot of craziness going on that northeastern edge of the circle.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to shy away from any of that madness, because that's kind of what we enjoy, right? But now, it is Mad Knight. Oh. Quite a challenging angle. Blue Zone is moving up. They're trying to kind of clear themselves a pathway moving forward. As we can see, it's going to be High for Days waiting just up ahead of them, and it is going to be ambush upon ambush.
And this is just sad for the side of High for Days. They need those points. They actually need to get themselves on top of the leaderboards. But 98 minutes, they are so active on that game that they're not going to let anybody get into this next circle. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing there coming through from them on that eastern edge. But Virtual Gaming Squad, they hear the noise. They want a little bit of that action, and they might just be coming together.
Yeah, they definitely might just. And here we go, as we saw before, right? Blackjack now just teetering on that edge, taking a bit of a back and forth with regards to the standings in the Africa region. But will they be able to secure a decent enough finish in this match to solidify their standings? I mean, it's all going to come down to how they play the southern edge, right? The opportunity is there. They've got the compound. They have a slight bit of elevation to their favor. But now they need to play a near-perfect match.
A near-perfect match indeed is what they need. Team GQ reduced to 2 players once again. Evo Station and Toku reducing to the perfect survivors for this team. And Evo Station, we cannot hype this man enough. As he gets a wonderful two-piece onto the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. Is he good for 3? Not enough HP on board. As he continues to take the shot, but down he will go. Top is going to be there to hold on the edge. Down to a slither of HP. And Stop is going to stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, Virtual Gaming Squad on absolute fire as we can see those 8 eliminations already secured. But now the pressure continues as the zone does what it does and it moves to the western edge. Just when you think the going is good, the nades rain on down, the zone shifts away and everything gets turned on its head. But this is the opportunity now for Brute Force to close it up. Already sitting with their 5 eliminations. They're going to be looking to pick up even more. We can see from the feed that that has not been the case just yet. But that, of course, then gives a great opportunity now for Virtual Gaming Squad.
The engagement they've so avoided from the beginning of the game. Almost inevitable that Virtual Gaming Squad meets the side there of Brute Force. But Biscuito is onto something. He knows there's someone in that smoke. It's a question of how he's going to get it. We've seen players pray and pray for a lot of time, but Virtual Gaming Squad, they just cannot catch a break right
now. 90th minute tries to lay it in, but instead a little bit of a response comes through. Now Michi trying to push up, does get the knock, but it's not the confirmation just yet. They still have to work through Stop, and Stop, as you said, might be stopping that absolute rampage coming through now as 90th minute hit that 7th elimination. All the pressure riding on Virtual Gaming Squad, but is it going to be on the books? Meanwhile, the players here from Brute Force take a push up into zone, playing edge, playing center, all at the same time, looking to spread themselves as best they can. Meanwhile, Stop getting sent away, and now it is down to our final 5 teams.
Man, out of those final 5 teams, we've got Blackjack Esports, who we've been saying need a good game. They're currently up as all 4 players are still alive. But man, they're getting pushed by Team Darkness and Brute Force, a very deadly duo. But Beast on the top of the roof does seem to be holding on his end as it's preventing and delaying that push from coming through as fast as possible.
Yeah, and you want to try and prevent the inevitable as best you can, but Brute Force now also trying to sneak a little bit further on forward. Blackjack now feeling the pressure. They still have that full squad up. In fact, they are one of the only 2 teams sitting with a full squad. That is, of course, also solely reliant on to whether or not Brute Force can get that res secured. But the pressure is going to be on, as we can see the utilities now getting cooked up. That is, of course, a few of those smokes trying to find the angles. There's going to be a rover there from the Darkness team on the edge. The sprays come in, the vehicle goes boom, the shots connect, but it's not sufficient. Instead, it is Booth who goes down in turn.
Yeah, and I think Brute Force right now, they just have to pick their enemies. Pick who exactly they want to fight. Do you want to go for a full send-up onto Blackjack Esports? Or do you want to keep torturing the players there from Team Darkness, right? And that torturing is not quite of an option because, you know, if the zone does favor Team Darkness, it puts you in a very bad spot. On 98 minutes, we see them already quietly getting into that circle from that northeastern edge.
Oh, no, this is where it could maybe still work out, right? I mean, Blackjack still has a great hold on the zone, still have the angles, but it's now going to come down to whether or not they can keep the momentum up. I love Phonics holding at the back there, right close to Yaya, and that could provide to quite a bit of coverage, especially with that potential rush coming through here. But now as we look at Beast, they are doing everything that they can to ensure that nobody gets entry into this building.
Yeah, and man, they're keeping to the windows, but those windows could just be the beginning of their downfall if the players there from Brute Force are able to find them grenades to just send into the building. I like the splits coming through from the Blackjack Esports. It's a question of how well they're holding up to the aggression, because now the side there of they have to be watched by Phoenix from the side. Oh man, Brute Force spotting out the side there of 98 minutes on their entry into the zone.
Yeah, and I mean, Brute Force not having the easiest pathway back in. 90th minute also facing very similar challenges, but now it's going to be that opportunity for the players there from Blackjack to solidify their hold. But look at that, it's going to be Kaito to get found out. Booth goes down to the zone. 90th minute down to Bisk, and all the pressure now solely on their shoulders. Beast, and great opportunity here, could just peer across that roof and just lay waste, pick up the elimination, and reduce us to only 3 remaining teams.
Man, we're down to the final 4 and make that final 3 as 98 minutes find their way back into the lobby. Brute Force already up to 8 elimination points, and make that Blackjack Esports. They're still very passive, 1 elimination point so far, and they have a very good position in the circle.
Yeah, they're playing the long game right here, not looking to get overly aggressive, not putting themselves in a disadvantageous angle. But that allows a team like Brute Force to just utilize everything that is given and maybe a little bit more, as we can see them now just holding up on that very edge, waiting for the opportunity to bounce. Meanwhile, Wave, they just trying to sneak it out, right? They want to survive as best they can. I mean, down to a two-piece, it is going to be Iron and Yaya, but they've also not been overly aggressive.
Yeah, and I feel like that just comes from the understanding that they're not up as a full squad. Currently being those desert snakes that we have in Miramar, just kind of rubbing their bodies on the ground. They don't mind. None of them seem to be wearing white outfits, so they should be fine. Phoenix, on the other hand, he's got his eye. He knows exactly where they are. Here comes the push.
Oh. Wow, a bold move coming through here from Brute Force, but they are going to continue with the challenge. Up comes Ned. Gets the spray. Wasn't too much of a difficult task, as there's already quite a bit of damage being dealt. But our Brute Force looking to capitalize on the opportunity. Phoenix now having to bring in a little bit of that cover fire. Not getting that confirmed in on Beast just yet, but up comes the rush. That is it. Now Neo is having to try and see whether or not they can maybe get out of the spot here. We are in that 8th phase. The blue zone is closing on through, and we're about to hit zone number 9.
And I think this is a very bad play coming through from Blackjack Esports. You do not want a player like Neo on the top of that building having such an angle. And Blackjack Esports do lose Phoenix on the side as Wave Esports find that player, and now they continue their snaking into the circle.
I mean, Wave out here just picking up the pieces, you know, just going for those scrums. And of course, those scrums will serve them well. They could have even more eliminations now secured to their name. But meanwhile, it's going to be Brute Force picking up their 11th elim. And this is where everything now turns on its head. It is going to be Prepot trying to brave the open. Comes running up in that giddy suit, but instead Nate now finds the head up on towards Iron. Quick confirmation. And Yaya, the final defender. Blackjack still in having a bit of an opportunity here, but it's going to be Zeke and Angie now having to pick it up. All the sprays come through. Zeke tries the drop shot. It doesn't really land, but now it turns to Yaya, and off it goes. Brute Force securing yet another winner chicken dinner.
15 eliminations to go alongside it. A 30 bomb going through from this Brute Force. And I'm enjoying this from Brute Force. They are now synced with the lobby. Right now, one wouldn't even believe that this is a team that came all the way from the PMNC semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday you asked the PMNC semi-finalist teams to step up their level of gameplay, and they delivered on that yesterday, but they are delivering on that even more so today. So you just gotta love all the action these teams are bringing.
Yeah, exactly, and this action is exactly what we live for. Blackjack Esports, I've got to give you guys the ashes, because that was not the play I was expecting, given such position that they were holding in the circle. And I think they played that a little too passively. You know, there were so many opportunities that they had to have taken out the players there from Wave Esports, even Team Darkness, but they just did not make use of that opportunity. And by the time they decided to start taking the shots, the side of Brute Force were already making their way towards that compound. And you know what happens when Brute Force starts near your compound.
Yes, sir. It means that they have a really good chance at getting that winner chicken, or potentially even just wiping your team off of the map. But yeah, we are going to be hopping into those highlights momentarily. But I have to kind of agree with what you were saying, right? Blackjack, the idea was there, right? The strategy was there. The execution, yeah, it needs a little bit more work.
Yeah, a lot of more work, and I can understand why they'll be playing this way, but I feel like if Blackjack Esports can tap into the vibe that they brought in on the first day, they will just be okay, because I can see right now that the pressure is getting to them. That is why they've been in a building for so long and not even get any eliminations, you know, with so many teams being around them.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm at a loss of words to describe, really. I mean, Hopefully they pick it up in the remaining matches, right? I think that is going to be their only opportunity to try and rectify what has been happening already. But I got to say, though, the rest of the teams making some beautiful, beautiful plays. 90th minute, I mean, they have just shown such phenomenal awareness in this match. I think they could be a team to watch as well.
Yeah, they definitely are a team to watch because they're also on that Middle East side, right? And you can tell that they're gunning for that spot right on top. But Brute Force not even making anything easy. And bro, even Evil Station and GQ, they just continue to put the points up on the board. I mean, what was this disastrous play coming through from Evil Station?
Yeah, I mean, Evo Station bringing in the devastation. I mean, that play is just on. It's just something else, right? I mean, absolutely phenomenal performances. But even the players there from GQ also had quite a bit of a challenging angle. I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad, they tried really hard, but 90th minute, I mean, they were just sitting with their eyes on the clock, just timing it to perfection. And yeah, again, if it's a good strategy that's working, even if it doesn't necessarily result in a winner chicken dinner, it is still very well worth watching.
Yeah, and you see at this point was where Blackjack Esports just kind of just lost it. You know, when that push came in through for the top of the roof, I said it, Brute Force are not a team that you want to give such high ground or high ground advantage in this type of game. And bro, talk about a 1 HP clutch coming through from Prepod, from Brute Force. And this is one of those players that we mentioned starting into today. Because we said it's individual brilliance is one thing that we're also looking out for as the MVP goes on with a little bit of catching.
Oh yes, oh yes. I definitely think that you know, one of the players there from the side of Brute Force could be very well in the running for it. I mean, if it's Evo Station, sure, why not, right? They've been proving their worth out on the battlefield, and I wouldn't be all too surprised if that was the actuality of it. But of course, as we know, right, we have to take a look and see what those points are, how everyone is faring after all of this. So let's jump into our match rankings and see what that point situation is.
30 points, 30 bomb, like we said, from the side of Brute Force, able to do it again in today's games, getting himself a third winner chicken dinner. I'd love to see that one. 98 minutes following Sudan. This is where we start to talk about that balance. Once you're able to balance the elimination points with the placement points, you find yourself in good positions on the overalls.
Yeah, that is definitely the case here. And of course, now Brute Force again with the Brute Force here. I mean, it is insane to see the performance come through. But I mean, this could potentially be a similar performance like we had come through from Titans, right? When they also stepped up into PMPL. Just finding that rhythm, and once they found it, they become quite a challenging force to match. And of course, Blackjack holding all the way into that third place, but only walking away with those 12 points at the end of all that waiting. But of course, speaking about waiting, let's see what's lying in wait as we jump over into our Africa standings.
Even with a bad game, it was still enough to put the side there of Blackjack Esports into that top 5. But I've just got to say, it's Wave Esports. This is exactly why they were prone. This is exactly why they were snaking in Miramar, because they knew they were just a couple of points before behind that top 5. And look at them being able to make it into 4th place on the overalls. Oh, sorry, in the Africa standings.
Yeah, and I mean, but it's going to be a pretty tight play, right? There's only 5 points separating 2nd from 7th, right? So the pressure is on. If you want to see the teams really sweating, that is what we're going to have happen throughout today. But of course, now looking over onto Middle East, it is going to be Brute Force reigning supreme, overtaking Team GQ, sitting 7 points ahead of them, also with 3 winner chicken dinners.
And I said it, Brute Force going into that game, they knew what their eyes were on, right? I said it, knowing that that gap has been reduced to just 14, they know exactly what they're looking for. And then the instance they started taking out the players there from Team GQ, we saw that engagement coming through from them on that northern edge. And as they finished that fight, they went on straight into Blackjack Esports because they understood that the work was already done, able to get 30 points when they needed 15. This is just wonderful and amazing to see.
Yeah, but I love how you just said, you know, they needed 15, they went for 30, you know, might as well double down when you're right in that, right? So, but of course, as we know, speaking about doubling down, we are going to be heading into our very first trivia question of the day. Not that either of these two parts are, however, related. We are going to be looking at the question, and what is the latest map added to PUBG Mobile? Hit us up in the chat, right? Wherever you're watching, tell us, what is the latest map that has been added? It's definitely not Vikendi.
It's a tricky one. I promise you, it's a tricky one. Not so many people are aware of it, you know, but it's definitely not Vikendi. We've given you more than enough hints that you need for that question. But guys, today, I actually want to see you guys give us answers in the chat, because I want to see exactly what you guys have got in mind. How many people play this game that much to even know what map has just been added? Let's see.
I mean, it's just almost the same as them asking us how many maps are there in PUBG. I mean, that's a really, really tricky question. But either which way, of course, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. And so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few minutes.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Middle East Africa Wildcard Edition. My name is EK, and of course with me on the desk is none other than Mr. Grounds himself. Now Grounds, 2 matches done and dusted, right? We still have a few more to go. 3 more matches left for today, but as we know, a few of our teams only have 2 games left to go.
Yeah, and a few of our teams would be the teams that are out there in Group D. We know like their head is always on the swivel when we start to head into that last game of the day. And right now, they're already playing 2 of their games. If you've not put up a good performance, you are in trouble.
Oh, yes, and of course, the map we're moving into will also bring in quite a bit of trouble, right, if teams are not fully aware. A map in which you get punished if you are not all too cautious, right, if you don't keep your eye on all the different angles or keep your head on the swivel, as you just said. So, Lanok, of course, is the map that I'm referring to. If you didn't figure it out through that, well, good luck. I also didn't really figure it out. But either which way, we asked a really interesting trivia question not too long ago, in which we asked, what was the newest map that was brought in to PUBG Mobile? Of course, we've seen a few answers come into the chat itself. We'll be getting into that in a few moments as well. But Grounds, now moving into match number 3, right? What do you think? What do you think we are going to be expecting, right? Is it going to be our new map?
Well, definitely not the new map. It is Sandhawk, which is almost as small as the new map. But I mean, the new map is smaller than it, and that's if I'm getting the right answer correctly. I mean, Livik is smaller than Sandhawk, right? Right.
Yeah, I mean, Livik is a very small one, but Nusa is in fact the correct answer, as Nusa is our newest or latest map that has been added onto PUBG Mobile. And of course, the person who got that right first was none other than 56 Red Dot, aka Mr. Liquipedia himself.
I know, right? There were rumors in the chat saying, oh, that man has gone to Liquipedia to go check up the answers. But still, that man plays the game, so probably got it from there. But yeah, Nusa is the new map. And congratulations to Red Dot. This man is on fire. I believe he's holding a streak right now. The only person who showed twice, or who has won the trivia question twice in a row. Not in a row, but on the streak.
Yeah, before we had Mentor also getting one of the trivia questions right as well, if I remember correctly. It feels like it is so long ago and it was just very, very recently. But either which way, of course, the teams are prepping themselves up for a little bit of that excitement. But, I mean, yeah, we've got quite a bit of excitement still to come through for our remaining few matches here. As we've said, right, there are a few teams close to the end of their performances. There are other teams, of course, now stepping up. So let's take a look at today's schedule to see kind of where we are and what is going to be that situation. And then, of course, moving into match number 3, it is going to be Group A, C, D, and E. So Group B are going to be sitting it out once again.
Yes, sir. And this time, Group B is that team that we've seen. They've done their work. So now is the time for them to just sit back, relax, and just take that little breather, enjoy the cool, calm breeze before they get into the next couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, a breeze is always a good thing, but of course now let's look and see who exactly is going to be enjoying that extra little bit of a breeze as we hop over into our group. So that is going to be none other than Brute Force 911 team, Desert Flame, and 90th minute. So 2 of our very strong performers are not going to be having a go this time around, right? So Brute Force, they'll have an opportunity to come up with another insane strategy to step out into that match number 4.
Yeah, and 2 of our not so performing teams also be getting to sit it out, at least for today. And that'll be Desert Flame Sport and 911, hoping to just sit out and probably go back to the drawing board, try to re-strategize before we head back in for the last couple of games for them for the rest of today, because as we keep saying it, there's only 5 games today, which is the last 5 games. We've played 2 out of those 5s, which means we're down to the final 3 games. So man, many of these teams have got to start putting up the numbers on the board.
Yes, so Desert Flame being one of those teams that need to reignite the excitement in their gameplay. We want to see them play as they have before, right? I mean, we've discussed this in great length already, right? Desert Flame being one of those teams that are definitely not performing the way that we would have expected to see them perform out on the battlefield. But yeah, hopefully they pick up some glimmer of hope along the way. I mean, otherwise it would be a little bit disappointing, I would say, right, to not have that have happened. But of course, now let's take a look at our map pool as we jump on forward. As we all know, it is going to be match number 3, but our previous 2 winner chicken dinners has gone straight over onto the players there from 90th minute. And of course, then brute force rising up yet again.
With the 1 HP clutch out there in Miramar, a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. I'm not gonna lie, the 2 chicken dinners we've seen today, they're actually well-deserved winner chicken dinners, where all the teams that have won have actually shown that they deserved that win, and they always get that win. Now we're about to head into Sandhawk to see if we're going to see yet another deserving win coming through from one of these teams.
Well, we can only wait, right? I mean, we can speculate as much as we want, but we will not know what the exact answer to that will be. But so far, I mean, we've seen a few changes coming through as the teams have been going about their business, and I want to see whether or not, I'm curious rather to find out whether or not we are going to be having some return offenders come through, picking up that winner chicken dinner, or maybe we could have a bit of an upset, right? I'm always game for these upsets, teams looking to surprise us with a phenomenal play. But who's it going to be, right? We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, with Group A coming back into the Sandhawk game, we have some of those teams that are actually good on Sandhawk. We see the likes of Honored Souls, who showed us a win actually yesterday on Sandhawk, coming in to play again today, Sandhawk. So, we're keeping our eye out for them to kind of see if they'll be able to replicate the performance that they had yesterday in Sandhawk.
Well, of course, now looking to see how many points these teams need to lock in. We are going to be jumping into our overall rankings yet again. So, just to remind all our viewers what the point situation is over on the Africa side, right? This is the slot side, and where we have only those 5 points available, it is a pretty tight squeeze coming through between the players there from 911 all the way down towards Hivemind. As I said before, there's only 5 points separating 2nd from 7th.
Yeah, and even though we are looking at that 2nd place to 7th place, man, we still also have to give Virtual Gaming Squad their flowers. Already looking like they're running away with this. That's over 30 points of a lead that they have on 911 team. Consistency is what that team has shown us so far going through the first 2 days of this finals.
Well, speaking about going through the first 2 days, of course, now we are going to be jumping into our 2nd page as well, right here for the Middle Eastern side. We did see that beautiful upset coming through from Brute Force, now established 7 points ahead of Team GQ. But I'm curious to see what Stalwart UAE are going to be bringing onto the table next, right? They have 116 points. That is still quite a bit of a gap, right? That puts them on about what?
Don't do the math.
I think like 37 points, right? Wild guess, 37-point difference between them and the players there from GQ. If I got it correct, high five me. If I didn't, high five me. Either which way, it's tough to do it on the go. But then we look at our prize pool distribution and the opportunity there for that. Of course, the players now all over the place. And as we know, the money spots, right, that is going to be from 16th upwards. So you definitely don't want to be the teams sitting in that 17th, 18th, and 19th position.
Yeah, and one of the oddest things, though, that's if that's a word, but one of the very odd things that we're seeing on this overall standings is the fact that Honored Souls have one winner chicken dinner, yet they're 13th on the board. And it becomes more sad when you look at the fact that with the winner chicken dinner, you get 15 points, right, for placement, and they have only 18, which means over the remainder of games that they've played throughout the whole finals, they've only gathered 3 placement points. That is very sad. 3 placement points in 8 games. Honored Souls, you guys have definitely got to start putting up the consistent numbers up on board. But look at their elimination count.
Yeah. The elimination count is definitely what is, kind of just pulling them up the board. So if they're able to double down on those placement points, right, get beyond just, locking in an additional 3 points on top of that chicken dinner that they've already had, that could serve them quite well. Because if we looked over towards that left-hand side, there were teams sitting with very similar amounts of eliminations, but a way more placement points.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where we start to talk about that balance, right? And Honored Souls being one of those teams that we called on the first day, right? We said when we start to look at performances that we saw in the group stages, Honored Souls, actually, they were the ones with the highest points in the lobby, right? They seem to show us that they have that aggressive prowess, right? They know how to frag out. And here in the finals, they've shown us that they actually know how to get those elims. But, when we now start to look at the amount of points they're getting from the placements, it's not adding up. And this is where you have to find that balance.
Yeah, and balance, as we know by now, it is absolutely important for the success of our teams. But let's take a quick look here at that prize pool just once again to show you what these players are playing for, right? Aside from slots, they're playing for their share of the prize pool, as we said before. Only 1st to 16th place is going to be worth a piece of that prize pool. And then, of course, as per usual, our MVP getting rewarded for being an absolute legend, for being pretty crazy out on the battlefield. And yeah, so far I think it is going to be Evo Station that has a really good opportunity with regards to that. But of course, that is only my speculation.
Yeah, but I mean, as much as you would say Evo Station, I've got my money and my mind on Prepod, from Brute Force, because that man and Niels, they've actually shown us exactly what they can do. They show us that they're also in this run, in for this tournament, to see if they can get some of those, MVP points.
Well, let's see how many points they can get, right? Of course, our tried and tested point system. The teams have now had the opportunity to get themselves really familiar with this, and that ever essential elimination point coming through on that one as well. But we've seen a few teams really capitalize on the aggression. We've seen a few teams really capitalize on the placement points. And then, of course, a few teams capitalizing on both of that. But more importantly, we want to see who's going to be capitalizing on Sanhok, right? As they are, of course, now starting up the engines, all the players cramming themselves up into the plane. Now, how many seats do we have up in that up in business economy class?
I tell you, there's quite a lot. There's actually a lot. We were expecting to have about 15 seats in total. But right now, as it stands, we have two teams, which is Brute Force and the side of Team GQ, looking very close to occupying a lounge. They're literally one chicken dinner away from getting a whole lounge in the business economy. So yeah, we do have a whole lot of space free, which is where you start to get that leg room. We're expecting 15 teams in that position. But unfortunately, we have a couple of teams that are occupying more space. So yeah, not too much space left.
Now, speaking about space left, right? Where are we looking for zone? What do we want to have happen this time around? Because we've had our fair share of zones moving, kind of here and there, but not just yet everywhere in between, right? What are we looking at for the last Sanhok right here in the PUBG Mobile National Championship?
Yeah, I think I would like to see a Sanhok game that is going to be tough. Maybe something that pushes us up to that eastern edge. Try to see a little bit of that quarry and ban action, because that's not something that we've seen too often, right? And we know that Sanhok it gives us that type of games some days. And if we're not going to get that, I'll be fine with a Camp Alpha zone.
Well, I think a Camp Alpha, or as you said, over to quarry and ban, it could be quite exciting. But I think at the end of the day, essentially for me, I'd be happy with whatever the zone does give us. But I am right there on it with you. Like, we want to see a challenging zone, right? We want to see the teams really being put to the test, having to snake it till they make it, or maybe not, right? Just to go out there full on aggression and trying to take that winner chicken dinner.
Or maybe even heal it till they make it, because I mean we saw a couple of huge strats coming through yesterday in that Sanhok game, and a couple of teams missing it, a couple of teams getting it right. But we asked this question yesterday: would Team GQ be able to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner on Sanhok to kind of close off their consistency?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. But in the meantime, we want to welcome you all to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5 minutes charging and 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022. Now, Grounds, looking at the flight path, as we know by now, right, flight path not all too important. It is focused on towards that western side. But it's very similar to the flight path we had just yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping we do not get the same zone as yesterday. That zone was very stressful, having us rubbing our heads to see where exactly it was actually going to focus on. We saw it occupying the trifecta regions for so long, and well, I guess it's almost the same.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little bit of deja vu, right? I mean, yeah, always fun messing with some deja vu, but either which way, the teams now have the opportunity to maybe try and improve their performances in comparison to what they brought out on the battlefield yesterday. But I want to see a little bit of that trifecta action now really being focused on this time around.
Yeah, exactly. We do already see the side of GQ landing in that trifecta area as they're already chilling out there. Stalwart Esports were with them yesterday, but it does look like they might just be chilling on the outskirts. One player is already knocked, which is kind of surprising, but I think it's the splits, happening out there.
Well, let's see whether or not the splits could work out favorably, or maybe they should try to limber up. Speaking of limbering up, it is going to be Supra up on the roof. As you can see, be safe now. Already getting found out, and I think this could maybe be a potential return if the players here from GQ play this one as aggressively as they have been doing, especially on that first day. I mean, yesterday, it was not quite the same. I mean, yes, they were still showing up every now and then with some aggression, but they weren't really able to uphold it as much as we saw on that day number 1. But now, of course, day number 3, right, anything pretty much still goes. They can bring in those upsets, and starting with the players here from Stalwart UAE, I think it could be a nice way to get the flow going here.
And I think it's even a better way to let the pressure off their shoulders. Team GQ being second place, and Stalwart UAE being third. Team GQ knows that Stalwart Esports, if we get them out of the equation, we're kind of golden. That kind of gives them a little bit of a safe, a peace of mind, actually, that, we don't really have to worry too much, because now if Stalwart UAE are not able to get as many points, it just means that GQ get the chance to solidify their position on that leaderboard.
Yeah, but we'll see how this will then play out for them. But I mean, it's unfortunate to have Stalwart only holding on to 1. I mean, you could maybe say that, GQ might have done this on purpose. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it's just happenstance, right? It's really difficult to say exactly what's going on. But for the time being, we'll look on as Why Not is trying to figure out how they want to play the rest of this position here. And they actually have a nice opportunity, right? They are not too contested on this northwestern island. Sure, we have the players from Wave, Hivemind, and Mad Knight sharing the island, but they're not in close proximity. So they can actually afford to maybe escape.
Just maybe, but it's almost like running from frying pan to fire, because, as you're running away from one team, you're running straight into another team. But speaking of running, the side there of One Round, not going to allow the side there of Legends of War run away from the boot camp area, as we can just see them getting started with the fight. It does look like a trade has been initiated, and One Round happened to be on the losing end.
Ooh, all right, well, they lost 1, right? That was 9. Been taken down. There's still a bit of opportunity now for Eflex, Escanor, and Wanted to lock in the angles. But I like what Legends of War are doing here, right? They're just staying just out of reach. I mean, One Round can look in that direction, but they can't get a clear line of sight. And that could be a great opportunity now for instance, No Mistake, to maybe sneak in up into boot camps, at least on that northern edge, and maybe come in with a bit of that surprise element.
It's almost funny, right? Because Legends of War didn't even want this fight. They were pulling away from the boot camp area, but then it looked like One Round really wanted the trouble, and it does look like it has backfired onto them.
Well, how much backfiring is it going to be? We don't know just yet. I mean, Winterfell, there we go. Keeping that northern angle under lockdown. They're on Overwatch. But as we can see, of course, so off in the distance, the teams are still going about their looting business, not going to be looking to get all too aggressive just yet. And I think that's kind of the standard by now on zone number 1, right? The first phase. But once we proceed into those later stages, the second, the third, that is where the teams really start not only bumping heads, but also they feel a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more confident, right? They want to come in swinging. And of course, speaking about swinging opportunities, the players there from GQ and the Federalians are now very, very close, almost too close for comfort.
Yeah, it's it's not something that is that we see so often, and I'm not surprised to see both teams there, given that Painan is not that place where we get to see a lot of teams, right? But right now we see GQ just trying to extend their looting phase from the trifecta over to Painan, and the Federalians might just jump into them, and at the same time they might just be wonderful and loving neighbors, and they just loot and get on their way.
I mean, that just kind of feels weird, right? Like on Sanok, that doesn't really, it doesn't really match up as to what we are accustomed to see out on the battlefield here. But who knows? Maybe that could be the situation. But speaking about splits, right? We do have Iron from Wave all the way up north alongside, I think that is, they're up there with 7 Reefs. So a very, very wide 2-2 split coming through for Wave Esports. I'm curious to see what they are going to be trying to accomplish with such a split. But speaking about that also then, we do see Mad Knight moving on through. Yes, sir. There is the surprise play coming through from Why Not, but it is going to be Fireboy to come in and save the day.
A huge sigh of relief is what Brute Force would be having right now, because that team, Stalwart UAE, had the potential of, getting into that top 2. And I believe they will be so happy right now. And same thing goes for the side of Team GQ, as they just realized that, Stalwart UAE, the team that was edging close to that top 2 position, have just been taken out early in this early phases of Sanhok.
Yeah, you want to try and play for that longevity now as we look on towards Painan. It's quite odd to see it so vacant with the players here from GQ. I mean, they also look like a little bit flustered. It's like, what's going on? This is Painan. Where's everybody?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I said Painan is not a place that we got to see a lot of teams yesterday, right? And even on the first day. So understandable why, Painan is just having one team. Federalians even leaving the whole of Painan to just head straight towards that bootcamp area. It's just nice to see that flexibility that comes with having teams on Sanhok cannot be downplayed.
Ooh, but here we go. Hive Mind. They got a little bit of a taste here. Already found out a few of the Mad Knight players, but up comes a quick revenge. The Beast now getting pushed. Up comes Narco and the rest of the squad. Are they going to be able to close this one up? The jump at the window again. The window, stay away. The climb comes in, and that is it. Beast with the clutch. Takes down Narcos, but Velasco saving the day. Oh, never mind.
Stay away from the windows. And this was just, I wouldn't say easy for Fireboy, but that man was on fire, absolutely dealing damage onto the side there of Hive Mind. And this is very bad for the side of Hive Mind, as they were looking to just be a couple of points away from that top 5 position on the board. But now it's going to shift them further down. Wave Esports, 1 round. These guys are going to be so happy that, this type of performance that the guys there from Hive Mind are getting in this Sanhok game.
Yeah, and I mean, Hive Mind came into this match sitting on 67 points, right? So Federalians have the opportunity to try and secure those points. They're only trading by 12. So there is that opportunity still for Federalians to catch up and just get themselves established just that extra little bit further up. But, I mean, for Hive Mind, they are slowly starting to run out of time because, as we know, this was their second to last match, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually, no, they still have 2 more to go. My bad. Math failing me again, but either which way, it's fine. The team still have, well, I guess quite a few opportunities. But looking at the players here from Honored Souls, they now looking to play that elevation again. It could provide them quite a bit of a vantage point up in towards that bootcamp area. But first, they need to fight their way through the potential of the Federalians.
Yeah, and the building the Federalians find themselves in is one of those buildings that is kind of easy to infiltrate. So, and that way that you've just seen on screen is not one way to infiltrate the building. So please do not do that.
We need to make a PSA, right? Windows, PUBG, no bueno, right? That is the quickest way, especially in competitive, if you want to get yourself sent on back to the lobby. I mean, unless of course that's your plan, right? If you want to go out in style, just hop out a window and, you know, one of the surrounding teams will assist you.
Just thinking, yeah, they would assist you in getting out of that window. Like, oh, who's that? Is that a burglar? Boom, boom. DBS to the head. Boom, boom. Bullets to the skull. That is exactly what we're looking to see. Zone looking quite nice. And we see almost, in fact, all but two of the teams out there on the boot camp side of things, as the whole Camp Alpha area straight up to Tatman. Matter of fact, the zone is sliced into two diagonally right now. And like only one side has got teams.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's a weird half and half, right? Definitely not the kind of half and half that we want to see. But Wave could maybe change that up if they decide to move into zone. For the time being, they just chilling out there on the edge of blue, maybe having a little bit of taste of that blue juice. But essentially, they need to get their position secured.
And you can just tell that Wave Esports is out here fighting and gunning for as many placement points as they can get. Them spending this much time out there on that northern outskirts just shows that they're out there searching for meds, and they will be looking to go for that huge strat, because when they know they're currently seated in 4th place on that leaderboard, they do not want to leave there they do not want to leave that top 5 bubble. So, you know, getting those healing points from Sandhawk is something that they've got in mind. It's a nice strat. Hopefully it plays out well for them.
Yeah, only time will tell. But in the meantime, we could maybe get a lot of action coming in towards bootcamp, right? The teams are definitely looking to get themselves set up. They're just building up the suspense, and Blue Zone is not making it any easier. We've got about 25 seconds and a bit of change maybe on the clock left until we see exactly where this next phase is going to be taking us. But it's only the 3rd phase that's going to come through. I mean, so far, the teams have been going at it for 12 minutes, and we've only said goodbye to 2 of our teams. So that only means that there's going to be a lot of chaos, a lot of carnage coming through into these next few phases.
Yeah, one thing that is actually good to see is the fact that the teams that we've lost so far, we're able to get at least 1 point. We're able to get points from, like, you know, those eliminations, right? You know, when we go out in that 16 to 13th, you get only 0 points for placement. But as well as these guys were able to get a little bit of elimination points on boards, at least we most likely wouldn't see a goose egg coming through from this game.
Yeah, I mean, you say goose egg, I say stop at the donut shop. Either which way, it's the same thing, right? It's really well rounded.
What I
like
feared,
the zone.
What I feared to happen is exactly what has happened with so many of those teams. You know, going to that southern side of the circle, or that southeastern edge of the circle. I knew the zone was probably going to go for that northwestern shift, and we do have that zone up to the north, which means there's going to be a lot of engagement going on that southern edge of the circle. And it becomes crazy because all of these teams now, they wouldn't feel so confident rotating all the way to the north, because, you know, with the way the playing path was, they would think there will be teams out there on that northern edge of the circle.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right here, but I mean, it is going to be exciting though, because we still have a great potential for the teams to get into a bit of a sandwich, a bit of a jam on the southern edge. And bootcamp not receiving all the love that we would have wanted to see, but I guess that's fine. Darkness are going for a little bit of a swim, and actually they're not going to be all too stressed because, again, there's nobody there to apply any pressure to them. But I'm curious to see what Fireboy is going to be doing, because as you can see, Mad Knight sitting on 5 elims, right? The most elims so far in the lobby, but they are down to 1. And I think it's all going to rely on what Fireboy's next play will be. But of course, 1 round, trying to make the most of the situation, trying to reach up into the Federalians and wanted. Almost getting that hit, but not quite there.
I always wonder how these players are able to just trace people through the trees, man. This is ultimate gun skill that we're seeing out here in the PMNC.
Let's see how far this gun skill is gonna go. Of course, my E-Flex. Ooh, there we go. Bounce it, double on down. Escanor instead finds the hit. Come on. Oh, the pressure is on. I'm loving the kind of turn up coming through here from 1 round.
And man, I'm enjoying this. They're currently sitting in that top 5 situation, right? And you can just tell that they just want to continue putting those numbers up on board, right? Trying to make the most of bootcamp, and the enemies that find themselves on that southern edge is just nice to see. The Radiant maybe relied on their vehicles a little too long, and now they're getting taken out one after the other just because of that.
Yeah, that's not what you want to have happen here. Luciano about to run out of luck, and that is the end of the road. I mean, the only other hopeful is nowhere in sight, right? So that is a bit of a oof coming in right there. Meanwhile, one round, they smiling. They not too contested. The pressure has eased up a little bit, and now they can look to just double down on their efforts. I mean, they've also been playing the previous two Sanox, so now we want to see them push for that extra bit of success. But, I mean, they got to be careful, because Legends of War are lurking right up on the hillside. But this is where we want to see what Legends of War are going to be doing. Are they going to be looking to set up that gatekeep, moving a little bit closer to the road, or are they going to cross over and try to push up into Paradise?
Man, I mean, the zone has actually been punishing everybody in the circle for that decision that they made in the first phases. Because, I mean, everybody was so much in south. Now the circle is just going for that northern shift. And we see the entire northern hemisphere of that circle totally empty. Now, High for these found a way to rotate into that spot, but still, it's still a whole lot of space to work with.
Yep, quite a bit of space to work with indeed. But now, Virtual Gaming Squad not having too much of that luxury, as they are going to be going at the place here from on it. Oh, the nade connects up. Thanos does find stop. Savage on the edge, but this is the opportunity now for Thanos to come rushing on forward. And of course, he said it. This was the weapon. Oh, yes, sir. And look at that go.
4-3.
Oof.
The weapon of the devil, the shredder itself. Man, MG3 in the right hands. A wonderful three-piece. And, you know, we said this going into today that we've not seen Thanos snap his fingers. And guess what? All he needed was the devil's weapon to actually snap his fingers.
Yeah, I think that might have been the missing soul stone that Thanos needed. You know, maybe one of them fell out and they just had to double down. And then it's just like, you know what? Tuk, tuk, tuk. There we go. All of them done and dusted. I mean, pretty much like what we saw in game, right? Just a quick snap. The dust blows all over the place. That's it. Lovely stuff. But speaking about dust, it is going to be Honored Souls looking to kick up even more dust now. As they move in, look, get themselves situated up in the compound. Thanos now starting that 30-minute reload. And maybe it works out.
Just maybe. Just maybe. And at this point, I see Honored Souls having a good game in this Sandhawk game, and I hope they can continue to put that in when we get into the remaining games of the game. Ooh, Lelouch. I mean, there we go, right? A former Blackjack member getting the jump on Blackjack. I mean, that is just sweet, sweet coincidence coming through on that one. But it's going to be Lelouch now, just being ruthless up at the top here, trying to find even more sprays. And Beast now takes a swing at Iron Wave, trying to push on forward. But Blackjack, if they're not getting picked up, they still have a good chance to find a bit of an opportunity onto Wave. Yeah, and I think the kryptonite for Blackjack out here is roofs. You know, they keep getting taken out by players who are on the roof, and unfortunately, that one happened to be one of their ex-players. That zone does favor up a little chunk of Paradise Resorts, but we still love the open fields outside and those rocks being in play for the rest of this game, which is kind of nice. So, teams, this is the time to capitalize.
Yeah, with a capital C, right? We want to see them capitalize on all of that, but the zone is going to be quite challenging, like partially up into Paradise, partially kind of not into Paradise, so it's like, you know, we don't really know. It's like almost like a no man's land kind of ish, but not really either of those. But here we go now. Wave trying to push in. We got still the players from Oceans on Fire and Mad Knight having to get themselves secured towards the zone.
Yes, sir. We see these teams actually having a lot of fun, and I say that even in terms of Blackjack Esports, as we see them just taking out shots towards the side there of Wave Esports. A couple of players already going on, and if I were to be a Blackjack Esports, this is going to be my call to push. And this is the same mistake they made in Miramar. Right now, there is no other team taking shots at them, which means they can actually execute this push onto Wave Esports quite safely. But right now, they've let Wave Esports get yet another revive, and they're out here focused on teams who don't even know about their existence in this part of the zone.
Maybe they have a few logs in their backpack, right? You know, they just want to, you know, set it up. They have a nice little bit of a fire going. They don't want to move all too much. And I mean, as we've seen, Over on Murmur, it doesn't really work out in their favor. Now it is going to be Yaya now, just wondering where those players went. We've got the answer. It was the big bad blue zone that took care of them.
Man, the very tricky zone shifts we get right now up to that northern edge. So many places that players could climb on top, and this is one of the reasons why we do not like Paradise, because the angles are just too dirty.
I mean, but I'm all for dirty angles. Seeing that we've got a few teams already well established there. Wave just on that very, very precipice, almost about to find a good play here. But I'm loving what Smash team are doing though. Even though they are partially positioned up into Paradise, they're moving out, trying to play those angles, trying to see if they can get themselves in a phenomenal setup. And of course, it could actually work out in their favor. Meanwhile, High for Days, they're going to be looking to clear out at least the western side of zone as they now swing on through. It is going to be Thanos and the rest of the players there from Honored Souls now experiencing a little bit of trouble.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they want to do this, given that they're taking a whole lot of fire from the side there of One Round Esports. But man, it might just be like a full comet coming through from the side there of High for These as they're looking to push up closer onto the side there of Honored Souls.
So we want to see what Blackjack is going to be doing, right? Are they going to replicate their attempts over in Murmur? Or will we see them get active, step out onto the battlefield, get involved in the altercations, and find a few more trades? Because so far, yes, they found 3. And that is very similar to what they had over on Murmur. Maybe 1 more than they had over on Murmur. But they want to find those points, right? Currently, it seems like they're playing for placement instead of trying to double down with the add-on of eliminations.
Yeah, and well, as much as it will work, you need to find that balance. We cannot keep talking about this, right? And even seeing the fact that High for This deciding to leave Honored Souls right behind them, that is not just the strategy, because things like this happens. You get shot at from behind. Now losing 2 players, and if Honored Souls just had their last player out here, that would have been a onto the side there of High for This.
Oh, but instead it is going to be too late to rush forward and get that trade. Oh, there we go. Wave gets picked on up. It is going to be Blackjack now having the action happen here. Zeke is going to be down. Beast and Phonics now having to piece it back together. But the players here from Smash Team, they're not going to be sitting around and waiting. Instead, they push on forward. High for Days going toe-to-toe with them. But Beast now trying to clear it up. Finds 2 phenomenal sprays. 1 away for potentially getting the clutch onto Smash Team.
Exactly, and this is where awareness has to come through. Coming clutch for the side there of Blackjack Esports. In case you've not noticed, we're down to the final few circles. Which means right now the zone just keeps closing. We're in zone 8. High for These having that off angle, not going to be working for too long as they do get spotted. As it is now Blackjack Esports going in a face-off with the side there of Smash Team.
Well, this is absolutely phenomenal now for Blackjack to step it up. But do they have the ace up their sleeve? Are they going to be able to get the jump in on the players there from Smash Team? Because currently, Smash Team have a slight numbers advantage. But Blackjack, they've got the zone advantage. So it could still move in either which direction. But there we go. It is going to be Phonics to be found out as Ilias gets the spray on in. Beast now having to be super cautious at the door. So glad to see it's not a window.
Yeah, not a window, but either way, it's an opening that has to be covered as Ilias goes in the DPS, spamming the crouch button, not quite able to get it to connect. But the big bad Beast is able to do a little bit of work going on in the 1v3. Cannot hold it up as Smash Team find themselves yet another winner chicken dinner to put up on the board.
Yeah, that is chicken dinner number 2, of course, going all the way over onto the African region. So well done and well played. I mean, at least we had 2 African teams fighting for control of the zone, fighting for that winner chicken dinner. So either which way, I guess it was a very appropriate fight to come through from them. But as we know, right, I mean, Blackjack eventually decided to get involved. They stepped up, they secured some decent elimination figures there, and of course, locked in that 2nd place finish.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying the rotations coming through from them, and I can see that right now they're getting calmer and calmer as the game continues to go, which is exactly what we need them to do. Right after this, they've got 1 more game to just lock it in, secure their spots into PMPL if they can. But right now, we've seen them making it into that top 3 position simultaneously. Oh, sorry, that's simultaneously. Back to back. They're making it into that top 3 back to back, and it is paying off well for them.
Yeah, definitely does pay off quite well for them. But we'll have to get into those points a little bit later on. First up, we are going to be waiting for those highlights to come through just to take a beautiful look at all the amazing performances that we had. But I got to agree with what you said about the rotations coming through for Blackjack, right? They definitely have the positional play dialed in, right? All we now need is more aggression, right? Now, having them utilize the positions they are able to establish themselves in.
Yeah, and we saw Big Beast actually doing in the work close to the end of the circle there, taking out the players there from Wavy Sports, focusing his attention straight instantly onto the side there of a Smash team. I do believe that they could have decided to go for a little bit of a flank, but unfortunately was not going to be happening. Fireboy, though, just got to give it to this man. He held it up for his team for so long, able to get them up to 6 elimination points.
Oh, yeah. I mean, those 6 elim points definitely taste very, very nice. But again, we were talking about the windows being quite dangerous, and this is where Hivemind got a buzzing coming in their direction as Fireboy. I mean, that's kind of the best way to fight with bees, right? Is to use fire.
Send them out, send them back into the lobby, send them back running into their hive, as we see. And yep, we're about to see one of the beautiful games, or one of the beautiful plays in PUBG Mobile, the absolute shredder in action. The MG3 Devil's Weapon, Thanos gets one, goes for the spray, and he gets the other one. Look at the strafe coming through from that man. Where did he keep these skills all day too?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they kept it in their back pocket, hidden somewhere. But this was where things started to really take a good swing for Blackjack, as they were just able to find some really phenomenal plays. Oh, Shroud having some pretty tough luck. But I gotta say, this spray here from Too Late, that was just on point, right? Choosing the opportune moment to get out. And of course, Beast picking up those trades to just push Blackjack that extra little bit further.
And I think that was a little bit of a careless play coming through from the side of High for these, because like I said, they had to push that team, but they did not go for that position, costing them, you know, winner chicken dinner, if I may, because, you know, that was the reason why they were reduced to only 2 players, because there was only so many revives they could get with that zone coming up just right behind them.
Yeah, but you got to try and do your best all the way through. And I mean, at least we can give it to the teams, right? They are trying their best. Sometimes it results in some phenomenal results, and other times not so much, right? But of course, speaking about results, let's take a look at our match rankings to see where the teams are. It is going to be Smash Team walking away with a glorious 20-pointer, but also Blackjack sitting on 20 points.
Man, it's wonderful to see them put at least 20 points, on the board. High for this, though, beginning to put up those numbers. And you know, we pointed this out, right? That with Federalians and Hivemind not getting so much good points, it just gives some of those teams that are just right behind them, hanging up close to them, a little bit of an idea and a chance to just get in. But man, I've just got to give it to Wavy Sport and 1 round. They've been gathering points all across the board today.
They definitely have. And this is the opportunity now, not only for Hivemind, Honored Souls, all these teams to continue on the roll. I mean, I said Hivemind, but they haven't even played in this match, but sure, right? I mean, Hive for Days and Honored Souls. There we go. Let me maybe talk about the correct teams here. You know, going about their business. But the 20 points coming through here for Blackjack is going to do some really phenomenal things for them on the standings. And speaking about standings, let's hop and see what it looks like on the Africa side.
And Virtual Game is still right on top, even despite getting a goose egg in that game, which is kind of sad for them, because I would have expected them to do better, but unfortunately they were not quite able to do it. Smash Team still has 1 chicken dinner, which I think there is something wrong there. I feel like it should be 2 when it comes to the numbers. But Blackjack Esports, with that wonderful performance that we just pointed out, they were able to make it back into 3rd position. As we know, they've got 1 more game to kind of steal in this one. And I've got to say, Hivemind and 911, something is happening right below their nose, and they are missing it.
Yes, sir. I mean, but they still have an opportunity, right? There's only currently 8 points separating that 4th from 7th. But speaking of points, let's head over onto the Middle Eastern front to see what the case is. And it's still a very contentious play between Brute Force and Team GQ, as there's now only 2 points separating them. But of course, Stalwart UAE still in hot pursuit, right? They still have 2 more games to go, and that could be the opportunity they need to get it secured. But the most important match is going to come in next. Match number 4, right? That is where all the teams will have to keep that pressure up. And now as we jump into overall standings, standings, or the grand overall standings. This is where we get a good assessment as to what has been cooking on the boards.
Man, and we're seeing the whole jumping coming through, right? Honor Souls using this Sandhog game to just jump up just one position. But man, we keep saying this 16th is where you get the placement money, or sorry, where you start to get a little bit of that prize pool. But man, these teams are dropping down the board, and I'm saying that when I'm looking at some of the top teams in the Africa region, like Blackjack Esports, even Smash Team, already dropping down to 7th place and 6th place.
Oh, I mean, dropping down is definitely not what you want to be doing at this point, but it's still so contentious. I think especially all the way from 3rd place down to about that 7th, right, is not 100% secured just yet, and that could all be changed in the next match, right? Match number 4 is going to be the final game for a few of our teams, but it's going to be the second to last game for the remaining squad. So the pressure is definitely going to be on, and whoever is going to be stepping into this last match of the day for themselves will need to keep the pressure up and look to play the best possible Murmur that they can play.
Yeah, and when DK says that, he's talking to you, Blackjack Esports. He's talking to you, Virtual Gaming Squad, because these numbers are going to start to change. You know where you're seated on the leaderboard. If you're not putting up as good numbers up on the board, this is where it starts to become tricky. In fact, even Team Darkness, I'm going to say this, because they're currently in Group D, right? And the thing about Group D is they're going into their last game now. Darkness is on 16th. If they don't get as much points, they might think they're walking home with $600, and after that last game, they realize they're actually going on with, nada.
Yeah, I mean, nada, zilch, nothing. That's a tough spot to be in. And the only way that they can rectify that is through stepping up the performance, ensuring that they have a good run. And of course, it is going to be 2 very well-known maps to get their way on through. But of course, we also have our trivia question. That's going to be revealed. Apparently, a little birdie told me that it might be something interesting, right? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank goodness, right? Whew! Not as tough as I thought. But what is the highest rank that you can reach in PUBG Mobile? The answer to that is definitely not silver.
But then when we look at it, DK, when we're talking about the ranks, we now have the whole Dominator, Master in the play. It kind of, I'm going to leave you guys to the chat.
There's still one rank sitting above all of them, right? And it has not changed, right? And it starts with a letter in the alphabet, and that's all I can tell you. Which one of the letters? Who knows?
Well, I just know like that highest rank is something I've not been able to attain for my 3 years of playing PUBG Mobile. Man, it's so sad. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it this season. And then, boom, I'm too noob to do it this season. But I'll probably get there.
I mean, yeah, so we just had our producer ask us how many seasons have they been in PUBG Mobile? Many. I know we're about to hit season 18 in this current rotation that we've changed in towards, and before that we had even more seasons. I think it was 14 or 15 seasons, something along those lines. Well, I'm pretty sure our built-in Liquipedia guys will tell us. Of course, I'm referring to you, Red Hot Jihad, and Dr. Strange. You'll tell us soon enough what the answer to that is. But yeah, speaking of which, of course, we are going to be hopping into today's schedule just to remind you of all our proceedings once again. So we are going to be jumping into match number 4. So that is going to be Group A, B, D, and E.
Up there, as we've got on the screen, we're going to be having Hive Mind, Wave Esports, and Team GQ sitting this game out. And we all know Team GQ, they like to sit out this game, 4th game, to just watch everybody do their thing. And they come out with a banger on the last game. But looks like that did not happen yesterday. We'll be seeing if we're going to be seeing that thread going through. But yeah, ABDE going into play. Hive Mind, Wave Esports, Team GQ sitting this one out. And Wave Esports, like we said, they've been gathering up so much points. And I think Hive Mind, they would really want to play this game as much as possible. But unfortunately, they can't.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one, but either which way, it is what it is, right? C'est la vie, no? But the rest of the squads have a great opportunity. I'm expecting the players there from Brute Force to just bring in even more of a dominating performance. But as we know, match number 4 is going to be the final opportunity for the teams over in that Group D. So whatever they can bring through, right? You've already said who I'm referring to when I say that. They need to lock in that focus and just play the best match that they can play, because after this match, it's done. There's no other opportunities. This is their last chance to secure themselves any points on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and you know, Blackjack Esports were sitting quite comfortably on the first day or after the first day. But today, right now, they're just on 4. They're literally hanging by a thread. There's only a couple of points that is separating them from the remaining teams on the leaderboard. Man, I wouldn't lie. I'm actually scared for them.
Yeah, we are quite scared for all our teams that have to bring in that last bit of a performance. But of course, let's hop into our map pool to remind you as to who has taken those chickens already and who are yet to take some chickens. Of course, it is 90th minute. They've already had a chicken. They got another one. Brute Force, of course, doing their usual thing right there. And then, of course, we had the players there from Smash Team smashing it up with their second winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, man, and it's good to see yet another African team actually putting up the numbers on the board, getting that winner chicken dinner. I hope to see yet another African team do it again as we're about to head back into Miramar. But as we know, Miramar gets very, very fun. There's a couple of African teams that we know do well, and I'm talking about one round. They had a very good rotation going through in that first Miramar game, but when it came down to it, they decided to go north, and that's why I kind of like fought. I'm like, you've been on the northeast for a while. Why did they decide to go through the north? And man, it just did not pay out well for them, man. And I hope they're able to understand that mistake and, you know, do better in this next Miramar game.
Well, all will be revealed momentarily, but I'm definitely wanting to see a little bit more of that PMPL-ish performance come through, right? Especially from the defending teams, right? We want to see why they were or why they are defending teams from the PMPL, right? Show us those strategies, show us those performances, and especially a team like we had, for instance, come through from Mad Knight, right? They've had a tough day, but it opens up the opportunity. 2 teams from the Middle East can get a slot into PMPL 2023, and 5 teams can qualify through for the African PMPL.
Exactly. So it almost looks like, oh, Africa has more slots, but I tell you, the battle is so tight right now within the regions that, man, we would have to chill till the final game to just know what teams would actually be making it straight into the PMPL.
Yeah, it does apply quite a bit of pressure onto the shoulders here, and I mean that is part of the test, right? Looking to see if the teams can survive the pressure, because not only is it a physical game, it is a mental game as well, and you have to have that mental fortitude to be able to survive this. And this is only the entry point into the pro leagues. Once you get into pro leagues, it's an entirely different ball game, right? Everything that you think you know could potentially get turned on its head.
Exactly, could all turn upside down. It's going to be down to how much research they can do. And man, these teams, and at this point, right, I'm just going to point it out. There's a couple of teams that already know like they're not making it, right? Some teams are actually out here just fighting for more money on the placement on like the board. But then there's a couple of teams that are looking at where they're placed on the board and they're like, I think now is the time that we could go join the boys from Leaders of War and out there in Picado. Let's just see if they're in for some action.
Yeah, who knows? But that also adds quite a bit of excitement to it, because the teams that have kind of made their peace with their current situation on the overall rankings, right? They actually possess quite a bit of power, because they can either aid some of their opposing teams into getting the necessary points, or they can look to disrupt the whole situation, right? So there's a lot of power held within these teams. I'm curious to see what those decisions are going to be that the teams will be making. But of course, speaking about all of these things, right, the plane is prepping itself up. The pilot has taken their seat. We can hear the propellers going, everything all over the place. In fact, we also have an answer for our trivia question. Crowns, well, we're going to find out what the answer is.
Yeah, at least I know the answer is not Crown, because Crown is not the highest rank you get to in PUBG Mobile. In fact, it is Conqueror. I'm thinking of changing my name to Conqueror, because I always get to Crown and I get stuck. Maybe if I change my name to Conqueror in game, I might just be able to achieve Conqueror. And once again, red dot on a hat trick. able to get the answer to this trivia question. Ah, come on, Red Dot. Stop it. Give other people the chance.
Mr. Liquipedia there, our producer even says that Red Dot is sitting there searching across 3 individual devices. I know the producer said PCs, but we know it's Red Dot, so maybe not. Maybe just a lot of phones or something, or, you know, getting other people to get it. Maybe that's Strange and Jihad all actually being the same person.
Word. It could be from the same place. Now that you say it, I think about it. And I think it's true. Congratulations either way, Red Dot or Jihad or Strange. Well, yeah, we're getting ready to see what teams would actually be joining us here. We got extra leg space for the players there from Smash Team. Nice to see. But man, we've only got 2 slots left when it comes to the business economy class, as there's a couple of people who are stretching their legs a little too much, and I'm still keeping my eye out to see which team is going to get that full lounge first. I'm on the brute force trade, and I'm looking forward to see them do exactly what they do best, which is frag the frag out.
Yeah, well, speaking about fragging out, our producer also then is giving a shout out to Red Dot, Jihad, and Dr. Strange. So, you know, you've achieved the next level. Speaking about achieving the next level, we are going to be welcoming you to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5-minute charging and 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022.
Welcome to Miramar. DK, City finish this time?
Yes, please.
Yep, we would appreciate a City finish right now in Miramar, because, man, somewhere between Los Leones or San Martin or even El Pozo, I'll take any one of these cities to have a finish, because I think that is just going to be the way to end our Miramar with a bang. And, you know, DK, heading into this second to the last game of the finals, other than Evo Station, do you think there's any other player that might just be, you know, showing the potential of getting that, MVP?
Ooh, wow, that is an interesting question. I mean, I would love to say Thanos, right? But I don't think I'm convinced just yet. I mean, Thanos is definitely up there, right? Don't get me wrong, they've been playing really, really well. Yeah, that's such a difficult question to answer accurately. Who would you say?
I don't want to mention players there from Brute Force, so I think I'm going to leave Brute Force out of the equation. But I think when we start to look at Smash Team here, you know, we've seen Ban, Ilias, and Lilouch do kind of work, especially with Lilouch, right? We've seen that man do quite a number on the lobby. So yeah, I think he's also in contention for that spot.
Well, we'll find out eventually, right? I mean, all we can do is guesstimate at this point in time. But yeah, quite an interesting zone coming through, sitting over on towards that western side. Yes, there's still kind of a city in the center there, up in towards Monte Nuevo, potentially maybe kind of Ladrillera, but I know Ladrillera doesn't really count as a map, but a city, rather, which way. Maybe it could take a bit of a position down towards Darkness on that southern edge. I mean, there's quite a few opportunities, even potentially maybe Chumacera, right? But we'll have to wait and continue to speculate as to where the zone could be swinging. But a good distribution of teams, though. I mean, not too many hot drop kind of ish spreads coming through here. El Pozo quite open. A lot of teams near it, but no one really like kind of stacking on top of each other.
Yeah, which is kind of weird, right? We saw Desert Flame be partners or be neighbors to the guys there from Brute Force yesterday at El Pozo, but today seeing Smash Team around that area makes me wonder what exactly is going on in the lobby. Is everybody gone in for Brute Force right now? Because I don't know, those guys seems like they're ready to take the action regardless of whatever direction you're bringing it from.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force, they pretty much sorted for whatever you try and throw at them. I mean, they are so sorted that I don't think they're going to be all too phased, right? I mean, they welcome the challenges, and that's why they probably went up into Pozo. You know, they're like, you know what?
Yep.
Smash Team, you got the chicken dinner before. Come at me, right? 2 chicken dinner winner teams dropping in the same area. It could be exciting.
Yeah, it could actually be exciting. They both got momentum, and that vibe that you're bringing into the game is just one thing that we always look forward to seeing. Three team once again in Los Leones. I do not expect them to get all personal with it. I know they've done this before, so they'll most likely be doing it again. 911, High for D's, and Blackjack Esports, just looking to have fun out there in El Pozo as we continue to see this first circle just do its thing. One round, deciding not to go all the way to Torre Ahumada this time, taking that quick pit stop at El Azahar, looking to have a little bit of fun there.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely have quite a bit of fun there. I mean, they're going to be uncontested. They can enjoy a little bit of leg room, not having to fight too much over loot and all the suches. But either which way, they still have to make that trek back in towards the zone. So I'm curious to see what's also going to be happening up in towards Los Leones. I mean, you said this on day one. Los Leones is a little bit deceptive, right? From what we can see on the map, it looks like they're much, much closer than they actually are. But as we look onto Blackjack, for instance, there's a lot of space between them.
Yep, and that's one of the reasons why they don't even get to fight, because they're so far. You probably and it's not like anyone is mistakenly pressing their shoot button, right? So you're not really hearing the footsteps. You saw the parachutes land, but then you just kind of know the perimeter of the area. The perimeter of the place where like, okay, this is where I'm gonna get to. This is where I'm not gonna get to. This is the line where I don't cross, else I'm gonna run into enemies here and there. So yeah, it's a little bit of respect also coming through from all of this team, which I'm enjoying to see.
Yeah, but respect sometimes only lasts so long, because at the end of the day, they are still playing for points, right? So, it's like I respect your position, but I'm going to be disagreeing with you, and instead I'm going to be sending some lead in your direction, or maybe even a vehicle, right? It could turn into quite a bit of a development. But speaking about developments, Legends of War looking to develop their positioning as they're moving further and further into the zone itself.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting. Makes me wonder, did they land in Picado or did they not land in Picado? Because this is actually the fastest I've seen Legends of War, loot, if at all they landed in Picado, right? And I would be surprised as to why they wouldn't land in Picado, because Hive Mind, who seems to trouble them in Picado, is not playing in this game. So, I don't know. Legends of War? Research? What's going on?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's still up and coming. We don't know. We'll find out eventually. But the opportunities for utilizing said research, well, it's going to be reaching the end pretty soon. And of course, just as the name implies, Ninja just comes flying out the door there, almost surprising me for a quick second. But Virtual Gaming Squad, they've been doing some great things today, right? I mean, they've been able to secure themselves all the way up in towards that 4th place with 105 points to the name. But this is also their last opportunity, so they definitely have to double down.
Yeah, I'm seeing the way Virtual Gaming Squad is playing, right? One would almost think, oh, one of the MVP players should come from that team. But I tell you, this team, they're the odd one out in that whole top 6, right? With only 35 elimination points. Men are racking up those placement points, getting up to 70. I think they have the 2nd highest placement points in the entire league.
Well, I mean, that is pretty crazy. Yeah, that's definitely the 2nd highest placement points coming through. The only team having more is none other than Brute Force themselves.
Which kind of gets me wondering what happened to Team GQ, right? Team GQ used to be up above there, but now I think they focus so much on the elimination points. And if they actually have, I mean, they're playing the next game, right? And if they actually have a good game in that one, they might just be crossing that 100-point mark when we start talking about eliminations.
The possibility is there. I mean, they're only 6 away. Only 6 eliminations away, which we know for a team like Team GQ is not a challenging task, right? But what is going to be challenging, at least for the time being, is to see whether or not Blackjack will be able to defend their position against the potential onslaught coming through here from STE, Stalwart. But Stalwart, I love that kind of sneaky play, right? Just inching their way a little bit further forward, trying to keep it as quiet as they can. But it does seem like Phonics has gotten a sniff of something, right? They know something's up. It can't be this quiet for all too long. There has to be someone in the vicinity. And Zeke, of course, I think they've got a good idea. You can see their ears, just trying to figure out where the sounds are coming from.
Blackjack Esports from that first game were able to tell that they're not so good when it comes to spotting out snakes. They were not able to spot out the guys there from Wave Esports, but then Forward Esports, they do get that intro knock, and there's going to be the full send coming through from Supra. Phone is going to reduce him down to 50 HP. As the whole team here from Stall Forward UAE coming through a beautiful grenade from Why Not onto his own teammate. Blackjack Esports the advantage in this engagement.
Yeah, but now Blackjack need to keep the pressure up. They cannot let it slide whatsoever. So up comes the mollies. It has caught onto a Supra. 2 players down. Now it is already Coolboy and Why Not left to defend. But of course, Coolboy now finds Phonics. Down they go, playing up on the roof. But will Blackjack be able to secure this position? MG's got a nade at the ready, but down to 2 they are. It's going to be Beast and MG now having to defend.
MG trying to see if he can find that flank up onto Why Not. It's almost looking like a good flank, except he jumps down a little too far. He continues up with that push. Why Not though, holding up that good angle. But man, you've just got to admire the way the side here of Stalwart handling this situation. As Blackjack Esports find themselves down to just 1. This is not how they want to play their last game of the tournament. This could eventually spell the end for Blackjack Esports. This could just be the end of the games. This could be Blackjack Esports not making it into the PMPL.
Wow, this is such an unfortunate play. But I mean, fortunately, Beast still up and at it. Not going to be backing down just yet. But they have to play it as best they can. Play almost perfect. PUBG already taking a bit of damage. Yep, up comes Why Not to close it out, and that is the end of the road as Blackjack, well, faced quite a bit of an upset.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It is a nightmare for them. But Desert's Flame looking to get himself into some money zones as they take on this position on the side of the trap. As Arthur, the last one left, the 4x scope in the hands of Shuki, would get that player down. And if I'm not mistaken, DK, that Shuki is looking a little too much like Flacco, no?
Well, we don't know, right? We don't know.
That's a signature dress.
Well, we don't know. We'll just say sure. I mean, if it is, fantastic, right? Because we've been waiting to see Flacco out on the field. So if that is Flacco in disguise, give that man a high five. But either which way, we want to see Desert Flame Esports now bring in the necessary required performance. But of course, Beast with a beautiful vehicle explosion. I always enjoy these so much, and with that, it was at least, you know, that 1 elimination being secured for Blackjack.
Man, but it's gonna be so close. They're gonna cut in so close. 1 round, they still have 2 games, this game and 1 other game in hand. And then that is just 1 round. There's still a couple of teams who could just make it. Blackjack Esports with only 89 points on the board, it might not just be enough.
Yeah, I mean, well, realistically looking at it, right, we still have Wave Esports situated behind them on points. But as we can see, obviously, Wave not playing in this match. Behind that, we have 1 round, and 1 round they are here. I mean, they've been picking up the pace quite a bit, but they are sitting 13 points behind where Blackjack were coming into this match. Of course, for Blackjack, we're going to add that 1 point onto the tally, and that will put them on 90 points in total. So that does create a little bit of a challenge here for 1 round. They need to find a minimum of 14 points to be on par with Blackjack, but then they need 15 points to surpass them.
Yeah, but one thing we know about the African teams is, like, when it comes to Miramar, it's not a problem for them, right? They tend to have good games on the Miramar map. So Blackjack Esports going out this early, 1 round, gonna be happy about that one. In fact, pretty much most of the teams in that African region, if not that, are not Smash Team and Virtual Gaming Squad, are very happy about this one because, you know, they see that opening in that top 5 that they can just take.
Yeah. Yeah, the opportunity is there, but will the teams be able to accomplish that? Because this is the second to last match for a few teams, and it is the last match for the remaining squad. So I think it's all going to come down to what the kind of play is here, right? What that mentality, what that approach is, and whether or not the teams will be able to succeed and clutch it out. Because, I mean, I think this is the most stressful match. Not because it's pretty tough from what we're seeing out on the battlefield, but just the whole situation makes it so nerve-wracking.
Yeah, very, very nerve-wracking right now. And I know one thing you want is you do not, or one thing you don't want is to actually watch that last game while keeping all your fingers and toes crossed while biting on your nails. Just hope that one team does not do so well so you can actually make it into the next stage.
And aside from that, you could also end up with a foot in your mouth, right? So you need to be careful when you cross all those things up. Right?
Right.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. I just couldn't resist it. But either which way, it is going to be the Federalians in an interesting spot. I mean, actually a decent setup that they've got going there.
Man, we've seen the Federalians actually not hold up so well in the center of the circle, and I tell you, if they actually get a good game, this one, they might just be in contention to actually make it into the PMPL.
Yeah, they're definitely good. The opportunity is there. The possibility is there. But no mistake, sends it out. Winterfell fell again. You know, keeping the consistency up. I love it. I love it. You know, definitely, you know, Winterfell gets the most consistent award from me. That's it. Well done. Amazingly done. Level achieved. You've unlocked that all the way through. But now it's going to come down to what the rest of the squad are going to be able to do. Will they get that resin?
Well, that's the question we've got in mind. Desert Flame looking a little bit calm, which is nice because that's exactly how you want to be when you start approaching this fight. You cannot let one knock just, you know, put you down on how strong you're going to perform in the game. As we see Legends of War grabbing that revive up onto Winterfell with the hope that it doesn't get fell again as they look to continue on this push onto the side there of Desert Flame.
Yeah, but Desert Flame still could maybe piece this all back together again. I mean, they still have 3 players in the match. All of them have now all been rest on back. They, of course, need to mend those health bars. But then the opportunity is there, right? They just got to play with that confidence. They got to step it up, bring in the performance, and they have the opportunity because Legends of War are slightly distracted thanks to the players there from Smash Team moving in behind them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have expected that to happen, right? I would expect them to keep their minds focused, but I mean, with Smash Team drawing closer and closer, it's just free elimination points for them that they could just actually get as a makes no mistake in taking down that man, sending him back into the lobby. Desert Flame getting a little bit of a breather, and if I were to be them, I'm going to be heading away from this fight.
Yeah, and it does seem like they are attempting that. I mean, not fully committing to that play just yet, but we can see that they've utilized the vehicles. Maybe that was a quick bit of a pickup. Yes, indeed it was. And off they go. But in the meantime, it's going to be Vibes now trying to get the sprays up in towards Ilya. So that vehicle explosion could maybe seal the fate. But not quite sure whether or not that is going to be the play. Meanwhile, there's a flame. They've been able to put a little bit of distance between themselves and Legends of War. Now they need to get into safety.
Well, doesn't look like there's so many places one could call safe in that zone as it continues to shrink and get smaller and smaller. It's Sexy Nate down thrown. Not going to be connecting quite yet as Team Darkness looking to play off on this defense against the side there of, is that Oceans of War or is that Stalwart? That is Stalwart. The Snakes that have just taken out Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mix of both, but up comes Why Not looking to continue the absolute obliteration of teams. And I mean, Stalwart already sitting up on 5 eliminations now, feeling quite comfortable up in the lead.
And we know that these guys here from Stalwart Esports are something. They're chasing that second place spot, right? And second place right now is being held by the side of Team GQ. GQ is not playing this game, so which means Stalwart UAE, they're trying to make the most of this game just so they can continue to have that chance to get into the PMPL.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity is there, right? They're going to have to work really, really hard. I mean, that is 39 points difference between Stalwart and Team GQ. So if Team GQ keeps on doing GQ things when they come back into that final match, it's just going to make it that extra little bit more challenging for Stalwart. But that's the beauty for Stalwart. They have this match and the next to continue on with the momentum.
Yeah, hopefully they can continue to ride on that momentum as they go in. One round though, able to make it to that northern edge of the circle faster than every other team, and it is playing out well for them. They realize that you cannot go to that northern edge very late in the circle due to the way brute force and the side of Virtual Gaming Squad like to play from the north. So seeing them going a little bit later, a little bit earlier is actually nice to see, and that played out well for them. They're able to get at least one elimination, letting the players there from Brute Force know that the entire north is being occupied and there is no space there.
Yeah, please stay away, don't come pushing in. And of course now another team asking that exact same question is going to be the players there from Desert Flame, who you can see now caught close to the edge. Oh, but up comes the spray again. It is Squidward getting knocked down. Shuki now trying to hold on, but the sprays are there. Oh, and that is almost the end. Shroud taking quite a bit of damage. The blue zone is going to be pretty dang brutal. But that also then spells the end for Desert Flame as they get snuffed on out, getting sent back with only 2 eliminations to their name.
This is getting tough, right? Because I said this earlier on, right? Desert Flame are trying to get into that top 16. And right now, with this game, it's going to only get harder from here on out. Ninja not quite able to get those shots to connect. And might get them to find
Oh, but the recoil control looking pretty amazing, though. That is quite a bit of a range. And with that, that is Bisk who gets the ticket punch now. Gaitos takes a bit of damage, but Ninja not done with it just yet. Instead, they will continue with the onslaught. The rest of the 90th minute team yet to rotate on forward, but now the focus gets turned uphill as the teams need to still descend down into that zone. And Virtual Gaming Squad are going to have a pretty tough time getting off of this hillside.
Yeah, but then still the hill extends, right? Extends up onto that northeastern edge of the circle. So they might just stay for that long. But they have to hit their shots. Ninja, go prone. Jeez.
Yeah, there's a ground spitting out facts right here. But of course, we jump over onto the place here from Honored Souls. You can see Commander sneaking up behind 1 round. Out goes the molly. Could that be the molly to seal the fate of 1 round's 2 players? We're not quite sure just yet. It's going to be Knight. Yes, down they go. Escanor in danger. And it all now is relying solely on Escanor's capabilities, as the rest of the team have been sent on their merry way.
And this is so sad for the side of 1 round. They're getting picked up apart by solos all across the map. And I believe that was 1 solo from Brute Force taking them out. And right now, this 2-man push coming through from Honored Souls is just going to be enough to take out Escanor. That man is down to a slither of HP. It's only a matter of time before Commander spots him. He knows he's there. Switches over to the UMP, going in for the push, but it's going to be too late as 911 is going to be there to get that elimination. He's not looting, he just got killed, you know? Oh.
I mean, might as well, right? Just try the exact same position as where the guy fell that you didn't hit, but now Ninja coming under fire as Luciano hones in the precision. It is going to be Yazan now feeling the pressure as well. Look at that, Luciano with such a phenomenal spray down. But of course, Big Bad Blue Zone hard on their heels.
Yeah, I feel so bad saying this serves VGS, right? Because, bro, hit your shots, right? And that just did not play out well because teams that they could have ended up taking them out just because they were able to land those shots on their enemies. We're down to the final 8 as we see Stalwart UAE going back into the blood. Going on the side there of Team GQ. Oh!
Oof. Oh, wow, that is pretty toasty. Now, Kaito trying to bring the team back into the fight, and they're going to have a pretty interesting rotation as they need to still head back up in towards the zone. Same thing pretty much goes for Federalians, but fortunately, they've got a few vehicles to utilize, and Danzo can be braving the open expanses here, but up comes the strafing. It is Danzo to get found out. Up comes Luciano. We've already seen a good bit of action coming through from them. Oh, but that is not going to suffice. As the shots connect on through, it's now all down to Max, who's trying to hold up the front line while Hamodi provides that additional bit of coverage. But 90th minute now capitalizing on the carnage and instead gets an opportunity into the zone.
And that is just wonderful to see from 90th minute. On the other hand, I have to say it, 4YGO, that is a man that I spoke about. That man is very strong, but eventually does get taken out. But 90th minute though, able to make it into the circle.
Yeah, Ocean's on fire, now under fire once again. Trying to make a play here. Unex holding up on the edge there. Kashi trying to provide that moral support, but is it going to suffice as they still need to try and secure their position? barely on the edge of zone, but Legends of War have their eyes set on the target. No mistake, takes quite a bit of damage, but is able to just quickly reposition themselves. Winterfell back in the fight. That's what we love to see. But how far is Winterfell going to be looking to push it alongside the rest of the squad?
I mean, Legends of War, we see them surviving once again now that they were not taken out in that early phases of rotation, or sorry, early phases of the game, which is nice. And I just enjoy the fact that when they're allowed to loot up and get comfortable, we see them do well in the game. Federalians lose their last player to the zone, which is sad, as we're now down to the final 5 teams in the lobby.
Well, what is sad for one is not so sad for the others, but here we go. It is going to be 90th minute. Kaito looking for a bit of an opportunity. They have control of the eastern side of zone, which does provide them quite a bit of leverage. They've got that whole bridge going up alongside the road as well to use this coverage, but the nades will instead be reaching across. A quick bit of a spray coming through there from the 911 team. But will we see Oceans on Fire now survive the pressure as the mollies get sent across? And this is 90th minute, looking to hold on to whatever they can muster.
I mean, at this point, one would think there's a bounty on the heads of Ocean on Fire. Everybody seems to want to take them out. And Akashi trying to just prod it into the circle. It's only a matter of time before no mistake to spot him out. But man, 911, they are doing a whole lot of third party in this fight. And man, they might just walk away with it.
Yeah, they just might. But they might also not, right? So we're going to have to keep our eyes absolutely glued to the screen to see how this will all then unveil itself. But Legends of War holding on to prime positioning, center zone, and what a spread. And they still have the entire squad to utilize. The only contenders they have numbers-wise is going to be 90th minute and the 911 crew. Both teams still trying to get themselves well established, but here we go. The pressure is on. Oceans on Fire going to be trying to make the play into the zone, but instead they get found out as that smoke hit markers start to pick up, and it is going to be Akash now in a world of trouble, but maybe, yes indeed, they do find no mistake, and Unex now has the chance to maybe still clutch out at least an additional elimination.
And I was just about to say this, that with Legends of War's position, it's going to boil down to just the gun skill, because they need all 4 players to hold 3 different angles, as we have so many teams trying to get to the circle. Ocean on Fire would eventually get taken out with help coming through from the side there of 90th minute, as we're down to the final showdown between 911, 90th minute, and Legends of War.
Oh, I mean, we couldn't have asked for a more challenging zone to come through. And of course, as we know, all these teams trying to secure as many points as they can. But 90th minute definitely being the one that could benefit of these points the most. But are they going to be able to get the head? Oh, yes, indeed. It is a big assist coming through from that blue zone. But what a molly that was, as Quality gets taken on down. Now it is going to be the players here from Legends of War sitting on 9 eliminations to their name. They've only been upping and upping their performance, starting off this match, sitting with 54 points, all the way in that 15th position. If they can add even more to that, this could be a glorious way to try and close up this match number 4. But now it is Michi found out. Off they go. Kaito, Zakaria, the final 2 contenders.
Man, the zone definitely against the side of 90th minute as we wait for Kaitos and Zakaria to make it. No mistake, he's got a beautiful grenade sent up onto his position. They know where the last snake is. Here comes the full send. They spot him out, take him down, and Legends of War get themselves a winner chicken dinner.
Well freaking played by Legends of War. I mean, talking about, teams just upping the ante here. Legends of War not only getting close, but they went the distance, secured themselves that winner chicken dinner, and did so in style, locking in a very healthy dose of points as well with those eliminations added on to the glorious winner chicken dinner.
And man, Legends of War, they're inching closer and closer. Last time I checked, they were not too far or too many points far behind the players there that were out there in 5th, 6th, and 7th. Now, I believe this is about over 20 points that they're able to get in this game, and they still have one more game left.
I mean, it is exciting, right? It is so exciting, especially when the teams just look to get the action dialed up. And of course, what an exciting match that was over on Miramar. I mean, definitely Miramar not a map to disappoint, right? The teams keep on bringing in all these little snippets of excitement all over the place. And I'm curious to see how that, of course, then is going to be impacting our overall standings. But as we know by now, of course, we are going to be jumping into a few of those replays. Once they are ready, they will be revealing themselves up on the glorious screen here as well. But I got to ask you, Grounds, what is your best takeaway play in this last match?
I was this close to saying VGS on the top of the hill, but that's just the troll in me talking. But I think one of the plays that I would say I enjoyed the most was 98th minute, right? That situation where they capitalized on that carnage that was happening between Federalians and Brute Force, able to use that to just find a way to send it straight into that circle was just wonderful to see. And at the same time, Brute Force taking that fight in the background for YDO with that two-piece, I think that was wonderful too.
Yeah, of course. Well, we'll help you pick even more plays as we are going to be jumping up in those replays, the Oppo moments. Here we have, 47 Eagle feeling the pressure. And this is where things took quite the big turn for Blackjack, right? The first team to get sent packing here, and Beast, I mean, they tried. But it was why not, just with that rooftop rush to get this play in. I mean, we had quite a bit of a try. And yeah, if anyone in the chat knows whether or not Shuki is actually Flacco, be sure to give us the answer.
Yeah, I put my money on it. Actually, is Flacco, but man, it's very sad for the side of Blackjack Esports. That was the last game that they had, their last opportunity. The question is 89 be a safe spot on the bubble? I mean, this is something I didn't really actually do the calculation. Normally, I would do this calculation beforehand to kind of know where the bubble will stay. You know, if you're trying to make it into like the PMPL. But right now, I don't know. Is that bubble going to be 90? If it is 90, Blackjack Esports may be safe. Or is that bubble actually going to be 100?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We'll find out once we get into those overall standings, and we can make a lot more of an educated assessment as to what is going on. But I got to give it to Luciano. That was quite an impressive spray down coming through on there. I mean, they just so effortlessly, wow, English please, moved from the one side to the other. But essentially at the end of the day, Legends of War coming through with that legendary performance, clutching that winner chicken dinner. But it was a tough play, right? I mean, look at Zakaria with that nade. 90th minute, they were not going to let that one slide by all that easy.
I tell you, man, they wanted to fight it till the very end, but that sexy grenade coming through from no mistake, that man lives up to his name as he was able to just land that one quite perfectly to actually give them that 1v4 situation where they found themselves to actually win that game.
Well, of course, now let's jump into our match standings to see what the point situation is, right? Get your calculators ready because you're not going to need them because the math is already done, right? Legends of War sitting there on 27 points, 10 points ahead of 90th minute. And of course, the players from 911 team coming in on 14. Ocean's on fire, picking up a well-deserved 13 points. Wow.
Well, this will be the first time I'm actually seeing them doing this well. Honored Souls not doing too well either. I would call this not doing too well given how good of a performance they showed in Sandhawk, right? Now coming into this Miramar game, getting only 11 points. I'm not satisfied with that because I feel like they need to continue to put more points up on the board.
Well, speaking about points, Crowns, you know there's only one place to go from here, right?
I'm so nervous.
We got to find the answer to the question that has been bothering you a little bit, and there we have the answer. Blackjack sitting on 90 points. I mean, 4 points ahead of the 911 team, 9 points ahead of one round, and of course, Legends of War. So the pressure is just nipping at the heels.
This is a headache, DK. 90 points. Is that enough? That is the question that we're actually asking today. 911 are able to get themselves back into 4th position, back into that top 5. But Hive Mind, they seem to be drifting apart game by game. All the teams below Blackjack Esports that are in contention have one more game to spare. Oh my God. Let's just go to Middle East. I cannot keep looking at this.
Well, close your eyes because here we go. It is going to be Brute Force still sitting up in the pole position there with 164 points to their name. Team GQ, of course, also still sitting on 158 points. But Stalwart, right? They're bringing in the pressure here. They're trying to close that gap. They started off the match with 117 points, now adding a little bit to that, pushing themselves up to 124. Not the kind of push that we were expecting to see if they were trying to contest Team GQ for that second slot, but still a valiant effort.
I don't know if this is me calling it too early, but I think it's pretty much decided in Middle East, right? We pretty much know who in Middle East is going on to the next stage, right? Regardless of what happens, unless Stalwart Esports is able to pull up 40 points in one game, which is basically impossible, I don't see them getting into that top two, right? Maybe, just maybe, Team GQ fumbles this last game.
I mean, they still need to lock in 35 points, right? 34 points puts them on par, but 35 points just kicks them up a notch, right? So, yeah, the opportunity is there. I mean, 35 points is not unheard of, but it's going to take a lot of focus and determination to secure a play like that. And, of course, as we look on, we can see a few teams have now pretty much cashed out for the day, right? Virtual Gaming Squad closing out in 5th place. We got Blackjack closing out in 7th place. And then, well, Oceans of Fire and Darkness in 16th and 17th.
Or not, DK. I'm saying or not because Virtual Gaming Squad are basically like only a couple of points ahead. Like I'm looking at 10, 15 points ahead of Smash Team. Smash Team have one more game to play, which means if Smash Team does well and 911 does well, you know, Blackjack Esports could potentially go down on the board. You know, even one round still has a chance of overtaking them. But even though Legend of War, it might not get them too far off, which I feel like it will. If Legends of War are able to replicate this performance they had in Miramar, man, that 10th place, they might just jump up straight to 6th.
I mean, I'm not really worried about Legends of War, right? Because they are sitting on 43 eliminations. That's almost double what one round has with regards to their own eliminations, right? So they definitely have a great show of aggression when they focus their attention on that. And we saw that, of course, being pretty evident on their performance right over on towards Miramar. But as we know, the teams will still have that final push left to go through as we are going to be closing up the gap to get into that match number 5. But before we get anywhere, of course, we are going to be hopping into a very quick break to get everything sorted. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys back in a short few moments.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back after the final break right here in the PUBG Mobile National Championship Middle East Africa Wildcard Edition. My name is DK and I've got the lovely Mr. Grounds right here with me. Yes, I said lovely because it's true. And of course, we are going to be jumping into our very last match over on Erangel. But now we get to see whether or not the trend will continue, right? The team who picked up the first chicken of the day in the previous 2 days has found the opportunity to pick up the last chicken as well. And yeah, all will be revealed soon.
90th minute, do you want to win a chicken dinner or no? I'm actually keeping my eye out on the law of teams, right? You know, what we saw before we left for that break, it does look like there's room for so many upsets going into this last game, especially on that African region.
Oh man, it is nerve-wracking. This is why I'm so happy that I am not playing. I am not one of the actual teams participating out on the battlefield, because I don't think my nerves would be able to survive it, right? It's going to be so challenging to keep a cool mind knowing what is at stake, right? It is those PMPL slots. It is the share of the prize pool. So there's so much on the line. And that, of course, then only leads to a very, very exciting final match to come through here to see who will be those teams moving on and who will be those teams just looking on as the rest of the teams go about their business.
I tell you, there is a team right now that is not playing, they're watching, but I tell you, they are on their toes because, man, it's not just the PMPL qualification. Now we also have that prize pool that we are fighting for. We're potentially seeing the chance that some teams might even lose close to $1,000 just by a shift in the leaderboards due to this last game.
Yep, that's definitely a reality right there. But of course, we have to jump into our schedule as well to remind you who's going to be stepping out onto the battlefield. It is going to be the players from Group A, B, C, and E. Group D, they've done all they can, and all they can do now is just look on and hopefully not become a nervous wreck, as I would have in anticipation of this last match. But in case you were wondering who those players are over in Group D, we are going to be taking a look at that. So, of course, it's none other than Ocean on Fire, Blackjack Esports, Darkness, and Virtual Gaming Squad.
Man, well, Darkness already, I would say they already know where they end up on the leaderboards, and I think they're currently on 16th. So there's a possibility they might get booted out of that position, and the same thing goes for Ocean on Fire. I think Virtual Gaming Squad is pretty much the only team that's kind of secure on their position, especially when we start to talk about making it into that PMPL.
Yeah, that might just be the situation. I mean, of course, as we know, Virtual Gaming Squad, they've come into the last match closing it up with 107 points to their name. Will that be enough for them to secure those slots? All will be revealed as we jump into the final game. And this is where the stakes are going to be high as you can imagine. But of course, we are going to be taking a look at the whole situation in due course to see exactly what is going to be coming on through with that. But without any further delay, we are, of course, then going to be showing you our previous chicken dinner winners. So as we've seen before, day 1, day 2, whoever got that first one has gotten the last one. So as you've said it right, 90th minute could be up on the cards to pick up the second chicken.
Yeah, and I think I want to break the chain today, right? And I think I want to say break the chain is because it's felt like for the first 2 days, it's almost an incomplete day if we don't get a GQ winner chicken dinner, right? So I feel like this final game is probably going over to Team GQ, and I think that's something they also have in their mind, like, something is not complete today, and I believe it's a winner chicken dinner that team just needs. So I think we're probably going to break that chain today.
Yeah, because I mean, Team GQ, they found, 2 chickens on the first day, 1 chicken yesterday, and no chickens for them so far today, so maybe that could change up. But I mean, this is all down to how the teams are able to kind of just proceed and keep up, the standard, keep up the expectations. I mean, we've seen a few teams, some of our defending teams coming through from the respective PMPLs, having a little bit of a tough run here. But of course, that opened up the floodgates, right, for our semi-finalist teams to come in and just bring in these major upsets. And we gotta love what they've been doing so far. And the new blood stepping into the next season of PMPL, that could be exactly what we need to bring in even more of a challenging play.
And I think one of those new bloods being Virtual Gaming Squad, and if they're able to have a good game this last game, 9-1-1 team would be joining in the PMPL, and this would be the new blood. But a new blood that I know over in that Middle East region is none other but Brute Force. And I say this and I'm so happy about it, because this is pretty much like one of the only teams that we've seen pull up consistent performances from that semi-final stage, right? It's almost like we've watched them grow to this point.
Yeah, we feel like we're part of the family on this one. But of course, we still have a little bit of a way to go until we get straight up into that. The players, of course, getting themselves ready. But speaking, while they are getting themselves ready, let's hop back into those points just to kind of get a good assessment as to what the situation is, right? As we know, teams sitting up at the top. Yeah, Legends of War. I definitely think that this is going to be the match in which the 911 team, 1 round, and Legends of War are going to be bringing in that upset.
Technically, like this, Legends of War is literally 5th, because when we start to talk about the tiebreaker, the winner chicken dinner comes first. So if we're looking at that, they're tied on points with 1 round. So which means Legends of War is literally 5th position. They're in the bubble, and that is, I have to say, Legends of War. You said this on the first day. There's a couple of teams that are probably keeping what they've got until the final day, and I think Legends of War have shown us that they're one of those teams.
Oh yes, they want to bring in that legendary performance. But to add to the antic, right, we are going to be jumping over onto that Middle Eastern side as well. I mean, Brute Force, Team GQ, they've been doing some really tough work here. Just look at those eliminations. I mean, what they've brought in elimination points are what some of the other teams have brought in total. Right, so this just speaks to what all the hard work that they've been doing out on the battlefield.
Yeah, and it's just nice, right? And one thing that I'm impressed to see is that, all the Middle Eastern teams, at least all but Honored Souls, who have refused to find their footing, everybody's able to get into that 100 points mark, crossing that 100 points mark when it comes to total points. So yeah, it's nice to see, and I'm happy to see that coming through from Middle East. But like I said earlier, I think it's pretty much secure punch to their ticket into the finals from the side there of from Middle East.
Yeah. 100% agree with you on that. And of course, now the teams are getting quite excited as they are going to be hopping into that final lobby, now warming up the plane for one last time. But in this match, right, I want to see Honored Souls, right, stepping up with another amazing performance.
I'm literally on my nerves right now. Like, I'm so stressed. Like, I'm very stressed about how this last game could turn off dreams of players to actually get into the PMPL. We're probably going to see dreams getting crushed, and at the same time, we're going to be seeing dreams, coming to pass. It's nerve-wracking right now.
Yeah, it is, right? And of course, as we know, only 2 slots available for the Middle East, and only 5 slots available for Africa.
Rah. It's actually very stressful, and I'm looking at the side there of Africa, because my focus right now is on the African teams. And man, Hive Mind, they had such good day 1 and day 2, But right now, it does look like they're falling short when we start to look at their performance on the leaderboard. Like they're actually dropping points also on the overall leaderboards. I mean, to think that Hive Mind are currently below Honored Souls on the overall rankings is sad. And I think Hive Mind would actually have a tough time forgiving themselves for the type of games that they've actually come into play today.
Yeah, but as we know, the teams have to accept the inevitable. What they've done up to this point is all that they could have done. But of course, aside from the last few teams that are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield, they'll have one more rodeo to work through to show us what they've got. But Grounds, this is where we get to see what that final flight path is going to be bringing in, what that final zone is going to be bringing in, where the teams are going to be going, whether or not they're going to have to work their back ends off to get themselves situated up in towards the zone, or whether or not they are going to be dealt a lovely generic zone. But either which way, we are going to be welcoming you to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy your 5-minute charging for 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in the Middle East and Africa region for 2022. And now, Crowns, looking at it, the flight path, not looking too bad.
Yeah, the flight path is good. I like that. But I'm currently trying to think of the most stressful zone these players could have, like especially when we start to talk about our final phase. And I can't help but wait for any open field finish, like maybe somewhere around Gatka or say Yasnaya. But I just want one of those open field finish. And who knows, maybe we might even get something up on that Zarki open fields on the south.
Well, I'm on board for all of the above, right? Whichever it is, let's get it. Let's get it. As you can see, that flight path, it has started down in that lovely southwestern edge of the zone, heading all the way up to the northeastern edge, pulling in between Kameshki and the lovely Lipovka. But of course, a lot of the teams are going to be super satisfied with the reach they'll be able to achieve with said flight path. I mean, no one really going to be too stressed. It's all within that attainable area. But I think the main kicker is going to be revealed right now. And of course, there it is. It has revealed itself. It is going to be a southeastern zone to show us what the teams can bring in their last opportunity for a little bit of that carnage.
I mean, I said stressful, but this is a little too stressful, no? Oh, the teams are stuck with that choice once again. Do we want to cross over to the military island or do we not want to? I mean, this is one of those zones where it most likely looks like it's gearing towards that Nova Repnonia or even like the military island. But man, all of these teams that like to rotate a little bit late, man, they actually have to start those rotations early, because this time we saw the amount of trouble there was on that eastern bridge in that first Erangel game. I can only imagine that it will be doubled going into this last game.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, it could be double trouble, right? That is what could be on board here. But Stalwart, they're not going to be all two-faced. They already kind of partially got their foot on either side of the zone, right? They got two players over on towards the northern edge of this western bridge. They've got two players on the southern edge of the bridge. So whichever way it goes, they will have a relatively comfortable rotation, of course, if they survive. Whoever dares to rush in their direction. But if we look a little bit further up in towards the lovely Rozak here, it is going to be the players from Hive for Days going about their business, looking to get themselves dealt with. But then comes that long, arduous journey all the way back down to that southeastern side. And I mean, Smash Team, I love that preemptive rotation, right? Getting straight in towards the Novo, into the Nova yard, right? That's a good decision to make.
I mean, that's their land location, right? So it's almost like they're going home. So yeah, it's kind of nice for them. Same thing goes to Stalwart UAE, right? Because we know they like to land on the military base, so it's pretty much home sweet home for them, man. But I'm looking at Legends of War. They're not taking any chances. They didn't go to Pochinki today. They landed out there in the school just like they did yesterday, and they'll be looking to stay alive for at least the first couple of zones and even make it to the end, because man, they're on the cusp of qualification. They might as well take those chances, and it's looking like, you know, they're going for that early cross onto the military island.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision to make, right? The sooner you can get yourself situated, the more it opens up the opportunities, and especially seeing that the zone is inclusive of the western and the eastern bridge, but centered up a lot more towards the eastern side.
What are they doing? No. No. Legends of War, you're not really trying to use the Western Bridge right now. Oh my god. I actually thought they were going towards the shorelines to try to swim in. But man, it just look like they're going for the Western Bridge. And I'm actually hoping they make it, right? Because we can already see the side there of Stalwart UAE trying to play gatekeep.
Well, I mean, one good thing is that Winterfell does survive for the time being. But it's not over just yet. We have Be Safe up ahead, and I mean, big respect going out to Winterfell for being the guinea pig. You know, it's venturing up first, gathering the information. Oh, but now they couldn't find that play. You can see Cool Boy up ahead. It is going to be Safe to be found first, and there we have it. The first elimination secured, and it goes to Legends of War.
Yeah, man, it does look like Stalwart UAE looking to form up on that fight. They want to commit fully to this engagement, and I don't get it. Cool Boy literally just formed up on this Winterfell, only to just run away as Desert Flame now find themselves in a little bit of a skirmish out there in the farm area as they take on the side there of Hive Mind. Sorry, Federalians.
Oh, yeah, it's unfortunate. It happens. Of course, the players there from Desert Flame in a bit of an altercation as well, losing one. Federalians, as you said, rightly so, picking up that Elam. But now, Stalwart UAE having to play the bridge. They've got Legends of War ahead of them, but Hive Mind behind Legends. So the pressure is on, and I'm not quite sure how this cram is going to work out on this bridge.
Man, Legends of War need to get out of here as soon as possible, unless they're able to somehow, some way hold on to their ends on that Western Bridge, because I feel so stressed just seeing them on that bridge. They're on the cusp of qualification, which means if they go out early at that point, that's a GG's for them. And oh, it's already looking like the beginning of the end. They do 3.
Oh, keep it up, keep it up. Oh, I mean, this is not what you want to have happen here. La Flamme, La Flame. They're looking to put a lot of distance in between themselves, but Cool Boy coming through with a beautiful spray with that M16. I mean, this is just a huge upset now for Legends of War.
One round is definitely jubilant right now. Same thing can be said about Hive Mind. These are teams Wavy Sports. They're so happy right now knowing exactly that team that is standing on the cusp of qualification is reduced to just one more player. But man, we know that one player, it could be down to 1 point. And one player might just be able to survive for just long enough and, you know, get his team into that PMPL qualification.
Yeah, but it's going to be a risky rush. It's going to be a very risky play. But speaking about risky, right? Desert Flame. Oh, trying to brave the great open expanse that they have up ahead of them. We got Klasa setting out a bit of the utility, just trying to smoke it up while Squidward now tries to fall back over towards Shuki. And Shuki not shook just yet. Instead, they are going to be maintaining the angle. Meanwhile, there's going to be Agent 47 as Hive Mind now ascends on towards them, but only picking up the one. The rest of the Mad Knight team still spread out around them.
Oh, in the meantime, Desert Flame lose one more player. It's Squidward going down just at the edge of the water. I guess that man just needed to be underwater to survive. But I don't know if Federalians actually want to commit to this engagement as they already have the upper hand.
Well, let's see who's going to be able to leverage upper hands here. But it's going to be Team GQ coming in with a little spray. You can see up in the feet, but the tension is on as Evo Station now gets a bit of a play. It is going to be Escanaut just up ahead. And all of this, of course, happening up in that northwestern, eastern side, rather, of the zone. But up ahead is 90th minute as well. Loving this three-way altercation. 3 teams now trying to decide who's going to maintain control of the edge. And it is PO down. Up comes Evo Station. But will they be able to save the day?
Man, the players here from GQ taking 2 different fights is not the best of things to the Evo Station reduced to a slither of HP as he continues to push up on tonight. It's very reckless as he goes down. And I don't know, that might cost him his MVP title. We've seen that a couple of teams are still having their players actually still doing well. GQ now reduced to 2.
Well, as we know, like GQ with a 2-piece can still accomplish amazing things, but is it going to be on the board this time around? As we know, the rest of the team's super eager to secure those points. It is going to be Shuki getting shook on up as they are now getting sent on away down to the final hopeful. It is. But where will it go? Oh, we'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cool Boy now looking to find a little bit of a play to get secured in as they're moving back into reinforce the team up on that western bridge.
Man, I feel like one of the happiest teams right now, or one of the happiest teams right now would be the side there of Blackjack Esports, as they're watching one round get decimated one after the other. They lost one player already, and they do look to be getting toe-to-toe in that engagement with 98 minutes on that northeastern edge of the zone. The zone does push all over to the southern edge, which means all the teams know exactly where they need to be.
Well, why not? Also now knowing where they need to become one with the bridge. Oh, but up comes Knight, finds a beautiful spray. That is 90th minute now, and a little bit of trouble as Zachariah goes down. But up comes the push, not decided just yet. One round, still in a position where they can find a bit of a bounce back. But Bisk is going to be looking to apply that extra bit of the pressure here.
Grab your revive.
We got Kaito just on the edge, but where will it go? Oh, the rush is in.
And anyway, it's the ultimate 1v1 to determine if they're actually going to be down to just one more, or actually down back into the lobby or not. As Eflex finds himself down on the floor, 98 minutes might just seal the deal here for the African region. Desert Flame get taken out in the meantime by High for D's. But man, that last player there for one round, looking to hold his end for his team. He is the one thing that will determine if his team makes it. He needs 2 eliminations, or at least one, to climb above the players there from Leaders of War, and I don't think he was able to get it. Oh, it's going to be a tight one. Leaders of War is still alive, which means they have that chance. One round, that's the GG's.
Yeah, that is the GG's right then and there. But of course, the blue zone causing quite a bit of an upset. He has 90th minute tries to survive. Kaito's can't make it out as the hits come through. Mitchie and the rest of the crew now have the opportunity to either disengage or continue with what they've been doing here. But ideally, we want to see them now get their butts back up in towards the zone. It's going to be Mitchie looking on as the players from the side of GQ instead now focusing their efforts on surviving instead of engaging.
And I don't know how long they can do that one for. They have to make it all the way to that military island, but this time not only is there trouble on the eastern bridge, the western bridge does look to have a little bit of players that are trying to make it onto the other side. But man, look at how many teams are crunched up on that eastern bridge.
It's a pretty tough play, but why not? Hasn't moved, because why not, right? They have the opportunity, they have the angle, they have the backup of Supra coming through, and it's not like Mad Knight are trying some outlandish strategy, right? They just want to stay within the zone, waiting in anticipation to see what this next phase is going to bring on through, and they still have a bit of a play to make, right? If the zone does move north, they could still have some form of security to play at here. Meanwhile, Brute Force playing on the edge as the blue zone is about to be decided, of course. It does move ever so slightly north, and this is where we're going to see the players like Mad Knight now committing even more to that rotation. But how are we going to be looking to play that one out? Of course, all the way on that southern edge is going to be Wave 911 and the players from Hive Mind finding themselves in a very kind of similar situation.
Man, it's a question of would they be able to make that cross, as we can see that some of these players are ready to go fishing in that water. So man, if you're in the water right now, you're in for treats. Or actually, you're probably going to be the treats, because
yeah,
these guys are in here for you.
Yeah, I mean, the best case here is just keep swimming, right? That's what the 7 Reef and the rest of Wave can do. Not quite sure what they were trying to pull off there. I mean, had the zone moved south, they would have still been in the exact same situation. 911 still having the upper hand, but instead, 911 not all too interested in getting involved in an altercation on the outskirts. Meanwhile, there's going to be a full-on rush from Mad Knight. They know they need to get themselves prioritized up into a zone, and they're finding a few sprays up on towards Why Not, and of course, Supra.
But man, I tell you, the breach camp right now, I have to commend the side of Stalwart. They're actually holding up quite nicely. Fireboy trying to see if he can form off. The vehicle will be his last last hope as he does get spotted by Wynot with that wonderful jump shot. Savage being the last player left for Mad Knight, and this is yet another bad game for the side there of Mad Knight.
Yeah, Mad Knight having a bad night. And it's going to be all down to Savage. And with that, Savage gets absolutely brutalized as Coolboy and the rest of Stalwart UAE lock in their 6th elimination and just casually strolls back out into those crates to go enjoy their spoils, seeing that they don't have all too far to rotate. And also a very comfortable position on the western edge.
I tell you, man, 6 eliminations to come from just that beautiful breach camp. I'm pretty sure the players there from Stalwart UAE are happy. You know, they went from being that team that I actually beat down on that first day, telling them that they actually executed the breach camp poorly, to now coming on the 3rd day, the final day, to show that they just know how to hold the breach camp. They were just playing around on that first day. So yeah, congratulations to the players there from Stalwart UAE. This was a nice breach camp setup. 6 elimination points. They only lost 1 player. What more could they ask for? Yeah,
I mean, they've overcome the odds, right? And that is what we want to see. Teams just stepping up, bringing in the upsets. Speaking about upsets, the players there from Wave having a bit of a tough time with the blue zone. You know, Papa Blue not going to be your friend. But either which way,
yeah.
the teams now have to make peace with what this next phase is going to bring on through. And it moves to the western side. And this is what Stalwart UAE needs to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, they might just be onto something here, but bro, Wave Esports, they watched the first game. They did the same team that X Team did on day 1, which did not work out for them. And now they're replicating that same thing, going all the way to the south, and they only have 1 player who's going to survive for them. And bro, Wave Esports, they actually need a couple of points to actually jump themselves to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they could maybe be waving goodbye to that opportunity, but meanwhile, it is going to be Honored Souls. They don't want to settle for anything less, getting right down to business. But we can safely say that 90th minute will not be picking up the winner chicken dinner in the final Erangel here today, as they get sent out with 8 eliminations to their name and 1 placement point. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from Smash Team now looking to keep up the pressure, and of course, just a little bit of a say goodbye to 90th minute, some of their greatest moments in this last match. Strangely enough, opting for a blue zone heavy performance.
Well, and that's because of the fear coming through from so many of the teams to, you know, pass through that bridge, right? Everybody's either going for that very late rotation, or is trying to swim across, or to go for that rotation. So yeah, I understand why there's so many players out there in the blue zone, but 911 looking to stay in the smack dab center of the circle is nice if they can hold it, because they have a little bit of cover. And man, if they're able to hold on to this position, that might just be them sealing their spots in the finals.
Yeah, it could definitely be it, right? It's all going to come down to how they utilize this available area, this available space. Are they going to play it decisively? Are they going to play it gun-ho-ish? Which way is it going to go? But of course now it is going to be Hive Mind feeling some potential pressure come through, because the Honest Souls now just on the very edge of zone, trying to reach in, trying to make the most out of what they have left in their team, which of course is still a full squad, but they've not been able to find a single elimination.
Man, I really hope they find one though. They really have to find one, but 911, hopefully they're able to hold it up in that center, because right now it's just more of the survival, right? I'm even looking towards Hive Mind right now. Hive Mind need what? Just about 15 points in order to breach into that top 5, right? So if they're able to do a winner, that's enough. Second place with a couple of kills, a couple of elims, that is enough. But man, we're still keeping our eyes too much on Hive Mind, and it doesn't look like they're able to gather so many points as they get discharged from different situations and locations.
Ooh, but Stalwart doing them dirty on that one, as you can see a beautiful spray coming through. And with that, it is going to be Supra to close the gate. But now, Sugar still alive. But will they get some of that sweet, sweet revenge? We don't know just yet. Meanwhile, Stalwart looking absolutely phenomenal, sitting on 9 Elims to their name. Are they going to be able to secure the necessary performance to get those points they need? We know it is so close, but will they be able to clutch it out and drop a 30 bomb on us?
I tell you, if they're able to do that, we've seen Team GQ put up 33 points on board, so it's doable. They need 34, right? Team GQ are already out of the lobby, which means they can as well. They might as well be able to climb above Team GQ. So my money and my eyes actually are on the side there of Star Wars Esports. They might just be able to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, GQ, they're only locked in 2 points. That's it, right? That is it. So that puts Team GQ on a grand total of 160 points. So, Starwood, yeah, they have a bit of a ways to go. But fortunately, they have quite a few other teams still sharing the zone with them. So the opportunities are right. But will they be able to get it done, though? La Flamme gets taken on down. And that is Legends of War getting sent on back with 1 elimination and 1 placement point, only putting them on a grand total of 83 points.
I mean, that puts them exactly in 5th position. Exactly in 5th. Wavy Sports are in 7th. They're the closest. Wavy Sports need at least 5 points in order to overtake them on that position. I'm not doing the math correctly, but I just know that Wavy Sport being alive right now means Wavy Sport has a chance to get in. Same thing goes for Hive Mind, but these two, they need a whole lot of points that I don't think they'll be able to get with only solos being alive. 911 is out. Yet another space opens up.
Yeah. Another space does open up, as we know, right? 911, they were sitting on 86 points, so now walking away with 87 total, as they were awarded 1 point here. So it all comes down to what Wave could be doing, right? They have 1 player left. That is 7 Reef. So there's an insane amount of pressure riding on their shoulders. Either they're going to opt for an amazing game in where they survive all the way to the very end, or they could be facing the inevitable and having their hopes crushed right in front of their eyes.
Man, I can tell you something. The guys there from Blackjack Esports are definitely jubilant right now. Every team that happens to be a threat to them are either reduced to 1 player left or they are not even alive anymore. Hive Mind lose their player, so that is a GG's and goodbye. 70 points, not going to be enough as they seal their spot on the African leaderboard. Oh my god, this is sad. But man, there's still a couple of teams who can still do this. Stalwart Esports, they look like they're onto something. 10 elimination with 17 people still left in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart definitely pushing to catch, right? They catch that slot where GQ is situated. I mean, and it all comes down to this very last performance. But of course, there's going to be Honored Souls rocking it in with the spray down. Will they make that upset happen? Getting the knock on towards Schoolboy. But it's now down to Why Not and the rest of the players that are left. Of course, Supra is the final contender, but the Federalians. Wow.
I mean, now that I look at it, at this point, I'm actually gonna do the math anymore, because there is a chance. There is a chance for pretty much all the teams that are in the lobby. It's all down to how much placement points you can carry, right? Also, you can get. And when I say that, I'm talking about like the African teams. When it comes to like the Middle Eastern teams, they're pretty much the upsets that we're talking about in the lobby. They're just fighting for the money.
Yeah, some of them are, some of them still fighting relentlessly for them points, and it is going to be Bra coming under fire as the Federalians have their eyes set on a phenomenal performance. I mean, Federalians could also potentially bring in an upset here. This is definitely on the cards. And I mean, 911 now, just severely stressed. 1 round, severely stressed. Even Legends of War just sitting on the edge of their seats, hoping that what they've done to this point is going to be enough. Wave Esports still in the mix, also one of those teams that could be very concerned at this point. But Honored Souls, oh, down to 3 they are. Not a single elimination yet.
Honored Souls right now, they're the obstructions right now. They're literally just doing all the damage and not getting any elimination points. But Wavy Sports, so much stress on that player, Seven Reef, as he's just prone in the grass, hoping and praying that he stays invisible. He wants to melt with the grass, but he cannot. The Federalians will spot him out as they increase their elimination count to 12.
Well, that is 6 points now in for Wave, and pressure is still going strong. Federalians sitting on 12 eliminations, and they're in contention for a phenomenal finish. But of course, it is down to Stalwart to see if they can clutch it out, still holding on to their two-piece. They need quite a considerable amount of elims. Well, they are probably going to be needing at least 3 more. Well, actually, way more than 3 more. They are going to be looking at maybe 8, something around that, in that ballpark. I'm not quite sure if that's on the cards. I don't think it is. But either which way, Map is going to be fading horribly at this point, as the players there from high for days are now reduced to potentially 1.
Wavy Sports going out asking themselves, was that enough? Was that enough? They're sitting exactly on 83 points, and it might just be enough to push them into the PMPL. But Federalians are looking to be that ultimate upset. We're down to the final 3 teams, and the Federalians are still up as a full score, 13 eliminations onto their name, and if they're able to seal a winner chicken dinner, they might just get into the finals, into the PMPL, sorry. But high for this, Karim. He is a potential obstruction going into this game.
Yeah, Karim could definitely bring in that upset. But it's interesting to see 2 teams from either side now fighting for their seat at the table. Stalwart trying everything that they can muster here to secure themselves that Middle Eastern slot. Federalians also trying everything that they can find to secure themselves that upset and potentially secure the slot. Looking at what they've done elimination-wise, it looks like they are getting scary close. They're sitting on 80 points at the moment, right? Oh, but up comes the nade. It is going to be why not. Now in a little bit of trouble here. Supra having to drop down those utilities, trying to get the coverage going, but the zone still being in their favor, not being a problem to worry about at this point. But now they've got to worry about the reach of the nades.
And I'm enjoying this play coming out from Federalians. 3 players to commit up on the push. And Danzo is left alone to find Karim on that up angle. Grenades are landing. And Danzo, he knows exactly where it's coming in from. The revive is coming in through. Danzo don't get spotted. The obstruction comes through. As Stalwart Sports now get spotted in the grass. They're down. Federalians are on the edge. They might just be able to do it. They need to find this snake in the grass. It's a 2v1. Karim, he might just be the obstruction. He is waiting. The grenade being pulled. Hamodi doesn't spot him. But Federalians, they're looking to probably get the revive. But I can tell you, Federalians are through. The grenade is good. It's good. And this is getting way too intense. As Karim is just in the grass, he's prone. Luciano seeks him out. He's finding him. Karim has got his scope open, but the airdrop comes in close for Hamodi. He gets the angle. He finds it. And Federalians have sealed their spot. They will be going into the PMPL Africa. Oh, they've done it. They have done it. Oh, what a game.
I mean, down to the wire it goes all the way through. But of course, we'll get our confirmation once we see those final results. But the odds of that happening is very, very probable. So the Federalians feeling like $1 million at this point.
They have done... It was down to the last game. We said it will be down to the last game. It almost looked like it was over. And if I were to be told, Crowns, what team do you think would actually make it into the PMPL Africa? Federalians were not coming because they were not showing that potential. Wow.
Well, we'll let that one sink in as we jump into the highlights from this last match. Just to remind you how absolutely insane it was. I mean, Stalwart, you could see the commitment, the focus coming through as they were just dealing blow after blow, trying to keep it as contentious as they could find it. But unfortunately, as we saw at the very, very end, it didn't go in their favor, but still an absolutely phenomenal performance nonetheless. I mean, even Team GQ there getting sent away with only 2 points to their name. One round tried so hard to bring in a bit of an upset.
but unfortunately, they were not able to hold it up. One round. Holding it up, but they just had to go out. Stalwart Esports, they had a wonderful game. They were on the bridge for so long, gathered so much points, but unfortunately were not just quite able to hold it till the end. What a game. What a game for them. Federalians, they did not start so well, but in the 5th circle, they began to frag out.
I can tell you on this one, Crowns, it has been such a sweaty play all the way through. I mean, the team's just doing everything within their power to try and get it in, right? They want to try and push it as hard as they can. You can see the focus, the determination, the effort being brought in here. But essentially, eventually, at the end of the day, it went the way it went. And it was such a tough play.
The questions in mind for the side there of Wave Esports was it enough? But with this ultimate upset coming through from Federalians, and we almost saw Kareem seal it short for the team there for Federalians with these grenades, and that man came so close, but Hamodi able to find that angle for the Federalians was enough. And I cannot wait for us to see the standings, to see exactly where all of these teams would have gotten in this one. What a stressful game. What a stressful finish. Exactly what we would have wanted for the PMNC finals.
Well, we're going to keep the pressure and the stress going. Of course, first up, we are going to be moving our way into our match rankings to see what those point situations is. Right, we'll show them momentarily, but we need to keep the suspense up, right? Of course. So let's start off with the match rankings first to see what the point situation is. How many points the teams were able to secure in this last match? And the answer to that is
enough. Federalians went into this game with 67 points. They had 67 points going into this, which means plus this 31, that pushed them in 90, if not more. And I think that is way above the bubble. Stalwart UAE, they needed 34 to overtake the side there of GQ, but unfortunately, not quite able to find it.
Well, I mean, there's only one way, right, to know where this is going to go as we jump in onto the Africa side. Federalians jumping all the way up into 2nd position with 98 points. Jumping up from 67 points coming into this last match. Sitting all the way in 9th place. Leaping their way into 2nd. What a jump.
What an absolute jump. They jumped all the way from 9th to 2nd in one game. One winner chicken dinner. Federalians, they will be jumping wherever they are. But then we still have to say it. 911, they still made it. Blackjack Esports made it. And these are teams that were on their toes going into the last game. Oh, one round. Legends of War, Wave Esports. They thought they were going to be the only 3 in contention for that number 5 spot. But Federalians had another answer to that.
Yes, sir, and a really strong answer indeed. So well done to our 5 teams coming through from the Africa region. Of course, as we know, moving into Middle East, it is going to remain the same as Stalwart UAE were not able to acquire the needed points to secure themselves that 2nd place. But you got to commend them on the effort. They brought in such a strong performance in this last match. Unfortunately, fate had another idea for them. So big congratulations going out there to Brute Force and Team GQ. But now we need to take a look and see what our overall standings are looking like, right? Our prize pool standings. And it is going to be looking pretty interesting, though. We have Darkness and Ocean on Fire sitting on the exact same amount of points. Both teams on 49 points. Wow.
Ocean on Fire were able to get the most placement points, which is what we use as the tiebreaker, pushing them into 16th position. But DK, Federalians were 14th heading into this game. And they went straight to 6th position with just one game, raising the flag for the PMNC teams.
Man, it is absolutely insane. But of course, I mean, these teams have been working so hard as they've been going across the board. But here we go. Right, there's another important announcement to make. And we're going to be moving straight into that. It is none other than Brute Force being our champions. We saw that with the points come through. And a very well-deserved position for them to have. I mean, Brute Force, the name ringing so true right here. Once they started to find that rhythm in day 2, right, they just became such an unstoppable force.
I tell you, and this is one thing we said in the first day. These teams have to adapt to the game. They have to understand the momentum. They need to know how this was going through. And Brute Force, they did that. Starting off the first day very poorly. But the second day, I just want to put it out here to let you know that Brute Force caught up. They covered a 30-point lead that was being held by Team GQ to overtake them and actually finish as not just champions, but also making it into the PMPL Spring for the Middle East region. What a play for them. Congratulations to this team.
Yeah, very well-deserved championship slot right there. Of course, Team GQ, our runners-up, and the third place awarded to Stalwart UAE. So absolutely phenomenal performances that we've been seeing. And I mean, this makes me so excited to see what the next season of PMPL will hold, right? The teams coming through from the National Championship, bringing in such a bit of an upset, but how far are they going to be able to continue that upset as they move in to that 2023 season of PMPL. But again, big congratulations going out right here. So let's take a look at our qualified teams. It is going to be Brute Force, Team GQ, Virtual Gaming, Federalian, Smash Team, Blackjack Esports, and then of course 911 Team. Well done. Congratulations. I almost combined both of them in one word.
I tell you, and all of these teams will be rejoicing. Brute Force, they showed the most improvement in the lobby, and it is well deserved. Team GQ came with absolute terror on the whole lobby, and they made it. Virtual Gaming Squad, another team that we spoke about their progress going into the second day, and the third day they were able to keep it up. Federalians knowing when to pull up with the final game as they were able to push themselves into that qualifier. Smash Team absolutely on fire. Blackjack, 911, all of these teams well deserved. They've played their all and they've made it to this point. You've got to give them their flowers.
I mean, what an exciting run that was, right? The teams just getting out there doing such hard work and picking up very well-deserved results as, at the end of the day. I almost said some well-deserved results as a result of it, but you know what I'm trying to get out on that one. I mean, we've seen so much action out on the battlefield. I'm starting to run out of English, and these teams have just been bringing in absolutely phenomenal performances across the board. I mean, it makes us so happy to see what these teams are capable of. And of course, just so excited to see what they've been bringing through in this national championship. But of course, the cherry on top is going to be our MVP. So who is that? We're going to find out right now. Let's see how good we were at guesstimating it.
Has to be someone from Brute Force. Pre-pod. 35 eliminations. 2,607 damage. Yes. I knew I have his name written down as one of the, and you see, I was going to say this. There's two people that are going to be pained right now, right? And it's going to be Team GQ and also Evil Station, because Evil Station literally had that last game to make it up, but unfortunately they went out early. And man, $5,000 is what the team there from Team GQ has missed out on just because they finished in second place behind the side there of Brute Force. I mean, knowing you were first. Yeah. And then just a couple of bad games, you got put down to second place. $5,000 difference. Oh, so painful.
Yeah, but I mean, with a little bit of brute force, you can get almost anything done, right? So, well done to Prepod for being our MVP, and of course, Brute Force for achieving such a phenomenal amount of points comes through in this National Championship, the MEA Wildcard Edition. But on this bombshell, we want to thank all of our viewers for being here. You guys are absolute legends. Big congratulations to all the teams that have qualified, that have secured themselves those slots moving through into the next season of PMPL. Of course, we appreciate everything that you guys have brought through in the chat. Of course, mad shout out going out to Mr. Crowns himself, doing quite a phenomenal job taking care of you all the way from the semi-finals. So mad respect to you as well, my friend. And of course, thank you to everyone, even our producers, all the production team in the background. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. And on that one, we are going to be saying good night, farewell, and stay fresh and frosty until the next one. Until then, see you later.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.